All right, we're live. What's up, ladies and gentlemen? How y'all doing? Yonder come Miss Rosie, and the words that you know about her apron and the dress she wore, umbrella on the shoulder, piece of paper in her hand. But I'm gonna ask the governor, turn loose my man, let the midnight special shine the light on me. Let the midnight special shine a ever-loving light on me. When you get up in the morning and that big bell rings, go marching to the table, see the same damn thing, knife and fork on the table, nothing in my pain. Say anything about it, get in trouble with the man. Let the midnight special shine the light on me. Let the midnight special shine a ever-loving light on me. If you ever go to Houston, well, you better walk right. Well, you better not squabble, and you better not bite. Benson Crocker will arrest you, Jimmy Boo to take you down. You can bet your bottom dollar that your Sugarland bound. Let the midnight special shine the light on me. Let the midnight special shine her ever-loving light on me. Well, jump to the Judy, she the mighty fine girl. Judy brought the jumping to this whole round world. Well, she brought it in the morning, just a while for a day. And she brought me the news that my wife was dead. It started me to grieving, whooping, hollering, and crying. And it started me to worrying that it's been a long time. Let the midnight special shine the light on me. Let the midnight special shine a ever-loving light on me. Let the midnight special shine the light on me. Let the midnight special shine a ever-loving light on me. Little bit of 12-string action right there. That was some Lead Belly. He learned that song in prison. It's probably an old prison song. He didn't write it. But yeah, the Midnight Special. Supposedly about a train that would come through, and if the light from the train like shined on you, then they'd spring you out of prison. All right, what's up, y'all? Let me see here. Yeah, some background music going. Alrighty. Blues Rockers in the house. He says fist this week. Well, I'm not really into that kind of stuff. He says, do you have a gig coming up? Just wondering because it's Tuesday. Glad I notified about it. Hope other will too. Well, actually, we're starting Sober October tomorrow, so we're going to drink a little bit of liquor for the last time in a month. Yeah. Not until Halloween will I be allowed to have more fucking liquor and beer. Julian says, what's up? How you doing, man? Dennis Troy says, special at midnight. What's up? Elvira Santis Pugliese says, hi, Edward. What's up? How you doing? Glad to have you. Don't know how big of a crowd I'm going to get tonight. You know, it's off night. Some of y'all might remember the old midnight special show like back in the 70s. I used to watch reruns of it. Used to have like bands on there and stuff. I think Wolfman Jack might have been on there. You had two of those shows. You had like Don Kirshner's rock concert, then you had the midnight special that had Wolfman Jack on it. Yeah. Julian Santa Guida says, that was my first comment on you got to can you hit me with some Ozzy Osbourne tunes. Like, let's see. Yeah, Mike can do some in a little bit. All right. Smoke this cigarette here. Blues Rocker says, what are the shot choices? Let's see. What are we going to bring out here? Bring my old standby stuff here. Jameson's Irish Whiskey or Johnny Walker Red. Put them votes in the chat there. Tell me what to drink here. Hopefully a few people will pile in here. You know, Wednesday's my normal night, of course. Julian says Irish. Blues Rocker says Irish. All right. Any more votes, y'all? All 13 of you? I got more people than fucking Jimmy Kimmel tonight. Just wait on a few people to get notifications and shit, you know. But yeah, got the Paul Reed Smith tonight. I worked on it a little bit. Changed the pickup out with a DiMarzio Super Distortion. And that thing sounds pretty damn good. It's not the right size for it. It should be wider, but it still picks up fine. I'm gonna play some blues on a 1980s fucking guitar. I don't think that one was made in the 80s, but that's when Paul Reed Smith came out. Fetus Stomper says, "Ooh man, that pretty." Blues Rocker said, "Love it." He says, "Champagne and Reefer." Fetus Stomper says, "The finish matches the Telecaster body I just put together." Oh, cool, cool. I never was a Telecaster guy myself. Like I played several of them, like never could get along with them. It's a little too twangy. Any more votes? Irish winning so far. So speak now or forever hold your peace. You got Scotch and Irish, Scotch or Irish. And tomorrow will be the beginning of Sober October. It's going to be the most boring month of my life. I've done this 3 years in a row. Last year I only made it halfway through, but the first year I made it all the way through. Another vote for Irish. Joe says, "Hi y'all, save them ostriches." Fetus Stomper says, "They're finicky talking about Telecasters." He says, "I got an American Vintage 51 Pups in mine and a .05 tone cap, so she's dark. Neck roll off is like an epi." Oh, okay, that's cool. Yeah. Like anytime I get like a stock Mexican Stratocaster, like I'll usually change the tone cap to a higher value, like to make it more dark. Julian Santa Guida says, "You're more of a blues guy than a country guy." Yep, pretty much. Yeah. Blues Rocker says, "What are we going to vote on if there's no shot choices?" Well, you know, I put Scotch and Irish out there. I think Irish won that one. Okay, where's the patented Ed Phillips shot glass? here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, all that good stuff right down the hatch. Now, see what this thing sounds like now. So yeah, this pickup I put in here, I've had it a long time, but yeah, it's a DiMarzio Super Distortion. Like they're really, really hot pickups. They came out with them back in the 70s. Like a lot of the rock guys liked them because they can kick an amp into distortion really easy. Like fucking Ace Frehley was a guy who was famous for them. Blues Rocker says that PRS just got a new set of balls. Yeah. Wait a minute. Let's see if I can do it. Hang on. Yep. Nope. Little Van Halen fail there. Fetus Stomper says, got that tone on lock. Yeah, just playing through a little Fender Super Champ. Blues Rocker says, those were my favorite choices. Fetus Stomper says, I got a Hondo H70 HSS Strat clone with one in the bridge. That's pretty damn cool. Blues Rocker says, Hendrix might play some in a little bit. Fetus Stomper says, that Hondo's an 83. That's pretty cool. I used to have a Hondo bass, like it was a P bass. Hey, speaking of country, I need a capo. Well, I taught the weeping willow how to cry. I taught the clouds how to cover up a clear blue sky, and the tears I cried for that woman are gonna flood you big a river, and I'm gonna sit right here until I die. Well, I met her accidentally in St. Paul, Minnesota. She tore me up when I heard a southern drawl, southern drawl. I heard my dream, I went back downstream, cavorting in Davenport, and I follow you big a river when you call. Well, I followed her to St. Louis, later on down the river. Trader says she's been here, but she's gone, boy, she's gone. But I followed her down to Memphis, and she walked off to the bus. She raised a few eyebrows, then she went down alone. Guiding down the Baton Rouge River Queen, roll on. Take that woman down to New Orleans, New Orleans. I give up, I've had enough. Followed my blues down to the Gulf, where she loves you, big river, more than me. Johnny Cash song there from Sun Records that I haven't played in 100 years. 5 Card Grease says, howdy, what's up? And let's see, name in Cyrillic says, Eddie, anything by Jerry Cantrell? I don't really know anything by him. 5 Card Grease says, any thoughts on the Martin 00016 Streetmaster acoustic? I haven't seen one, but I'd love to play one. Fetus Stomper says, can you play Walk On Boy or Sitting on Top of the World? I can do Sitting on Top of the World. In the spring, one summer day, my baby left me, well, she went away. Now she's gone, I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. She called me up down in El Paso, come back, daddy, well, I need it so. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Like my peaches, don't shake my tree. Stay out of my orchard, leave my peaches be. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Come here running, holding out your hand. I'm gonna get me a woman like you got your man. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Was in the spring My baby left me when she went away. Now she's gone and I don't worry, 'cause I'm sitting on top of the world. Let's see, Julian says, that's all you know from Paranoid? Don't know the words to it. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it says, need your mailing address so I can send you strings. All right. Ernie Ball, Earthwoods, 12 to 56. 12.5 to 56. All right. I'll get that to you. He says, I know that you said that you like the Martin strings, but I'd love for you to try these. Very warm and balanced. All right, I'll stick them on that other Martin that I haven't changed the strings on yet. Brotsman Zax says, I always dug Cream's version with Jack Bruce, fine vocals and bass. Yeah, the Cream version of everything is pretty good. Feeded Stomper says, thank you, man. I've never sang it like that. What we got here? Julian Santaguida says, you, my friend, need to lyrics to it. Maybe I can get some Elvis Presley. That's all right, mama. I like that PRS. Keep all right. All right. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's go ahead and blow my voice out here with this song I have to play every goddamn week. All right. Finish with my woman, 'cause she's good and help me with my mind. People think I'm insane because I am frowning all the time. cycle, but I'm too late. Paranoid, Black Sabbath. Fetus Stomper says that PRS sounds so nice with that DiMarzio. I appreciate that. Yeah, that thing does sound good. It's a classic 1970s guitar pickup. Blues Rocker says, I bought those Earthwoods for the Fender Resonator, but I had to send it back. Was damaged and didn't receive the hard case with it. Guitar Center lied about the condition. Good old Guitar Center. He says that the original pickup from the PRS would have been a DiMarzio pickup too. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Fetus Stomper says, all right, time to go learn that. You make it look easy. I appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, just a different pickup, but DiMarzio made lower quality pickups for PRS. That sounds a damn sight better than the stock pickup that was in that guitar. And, you know, it's a cheaper PRS. It's one of the SE ones, you know, the Korean ones. Julian says, whoa, I'm blown away by Ozzy Osbourne madness. Rip Ozzy, you mad, man. I don't... he says, I don't know the words to Paranoid. I only know Iron Man, War Pigs, and Mama, I'm Coming Home. That's it. I know a lot of the words to War Pigs. I tried to play that with a few bands until I figured out that bands tend to suck at it. Blues Rocker says, stock pickup sounded great too. It sounded okay. That DiMarzio sounds better. Blues Rocker says, I'll take that PRS stock pickup if you don't want it. Yeah, I got it. Frank says, good morning, Ed. Just woke up playing well. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, how much would you take for that stock pickup? Shit, I'd probably hang on to it. I might put it in something else. He says 40 or 50 bucks. I'd probably hang on to it. There's probably some guitar that could use it. I got a Strat with a shitty humbucker in it. I might put it in there. Blues Rocker says, yes, it's hanging on my wall. Julia says, oh yeah, that new pickup sounds good. You removed the guitar backplate from your guitar? Yeah. I tend to do that with guitars with whammy bars, like just some weird tradition of mine. Like I just take the backplate off of it. Talk about a damn pain in the ass to wire, though, man. This thing's got a coil split on it, and I had to wire it for the coil split. And yeah, that's always fun for me. I'm pretty good at wiring guitar pickups, but when you involve that damn that coil tap in there, then it gets kind of hairy. I had to switch the wires a couple times. It was out of phase, and I had to flip the pickup around and stuff, you know. Blues Rucker says, I have a late 90s or early 2000s Squire and a 94 made in Mexico neck. There really ain't nothing wrong with a Squire, honestly. I mean, yeah. Fetus Stomper says, I have a Pearly Gates pup in the bridge in my Antigua Strat. I don't know how I feel about it. I played a Pearly Gates Les Paul one time. Like, I think the guy paid like $10,000 for it or something. Chill Blues Club says, you play guitar really well. Did you start when you were a kid? Yeah, I was about 9 or 10, something like that. John Putnam says, where are you coming from, Ed? South Kakalaki. Blues Rocker says, SG's harder or easier to wire than Les Paul? Well, it's the same wiring, basically. But I've never rewired my Les Paul. Like, it's been untouched since the 70s. Julian says, it's almost like a Strat. I would die for a made in Mexico Fender guitar. That's all the Fenders I got are Mexican ones. I tend to prefer them for some reason. You know, you might could use a pickup change, but Blues Rocker says, my old Les Paul had the Pearly Gates. Those have a learning curve. The harder you pick, the louder it gets. Yeah, I actually played on a Pearly Gates Les Paul that was relicked and all that, you know, to look like the old one. And I don't remember much about it because I didn't play it. I didn't play it very much. The guy just handed it to me, you know. Wasn't as cool as my damn 70s Les Paul Custom, though. Julian says, my first guitar was an unknown brand, but when I got into high school, I got my older brother's Nova acoustic guitar. Fetus Stomper says, I bought an all-parts Telly body and threw the guts from an old-timer's American Telly 51 reissue. The neck is from a classic Vibe Squire. Honestly, the newer ones are nice. Yeah, wiring some damn guitars. That's always fun. Blues Rocker says, if you don't pick consistently at the same pressure, your tone and volume don't stay consistent. Awesome pickups for volume control. So I guess they, you know, got some dynamics to them. Let me see here. Oops. Keep this thing tuned. It's got new strings on it. Let's tune it up. Damn it. I got a tuner today. There's a great big mystery, and it sure is a worrying me. There's a did it, won't did it. Mr. Did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean. Got a little girl about 4 feet 4. Come on, Papa, and give me some more. Yo, did it, won't did it. Mr. Did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean. I got out and I looked around. Somebody said, now look who's in town. Mr. Did it, won't did it. Mr. Did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean. Said, Daddy, you sure is sweet. Mr. Did it, won't did it. Mr. Did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean. I said, sister, I'll soon be gone. Give me that thing you sitting on. That did it, won't did it. Yo, did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean. When I got put out of church for talking about did it, won't did it too much. Mr. Did it, won't did it. Mr. Did it, won't did it. I wish somebody would tell me what did it, won't did it mean. Oh my. Blind fucking Blake right there. That's some hard shit. Alrighty, let's see, the Fetus Stomper says, I like the pearly gates for smooth jazz playing. Hang on, it slipped past me. Doesn't handle heavier playing as well. Definitely a learning curve. I mean, the old Les Paul I got, like, has kind of lighter sounding pickups in it. Like, you really got to lay it on thick with the gain on the amp with it, you know. Papa and Son Service says, I got to go to Blind Willie's Blues Bar last night to hear some good Piedmont style from Brandon Reeves. You talking about in Atlanta? Tried to get a gig there one time. They told me they had a house band. That was years ago. And he says it is in Atlanta, yeah. Julian says, I enjoy that PRS. Can you do That's All Right, Mama? All right. Russell says, G&L died. Talking about the guitar company that Leo Fender used to play with or make guitars for. Let me see here. What the hell's going on with this thing? Get a little delay on it. Not the greatest finger-picking guitar in the world, but we'll try it. Well, that's alright, mama. That's alright with you. That's alright, mama. Just any way you do that, that's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Well, mama, she done told me. Papa done told me too. Son, that girl you're fooling with, she ain't no good for you. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. I'm leaving town, baby. Leaving town for sure. You won't be bothered with me hanging around your door. That's alright. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Da da dee 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 dee. I need your love. That's alright. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. That's alright now, mama. Any way you do. Hear all this. John Putnam says, ever played any gigs with Freddie Vanderford from Buffalo? I don't think I have. I don't think I know him. Blues Rocker says, words of wisdom, never sit naked in a wicker chair unless you want your ass to look like a waffle. I would know because I had to hide the syrup in my house. Shit. Fetus Stomper says, I usually low game with effects. Tone is decent, but I got to play heavy to get the crunch. Blues Rocker says, if you really like your black Epiphone and the Riviera red one for blues. He says, I really like your black Epiphone and Riviera for blues. That stuff does sound good on there. Julian says, first Ozzy Osbourne, now Elvis on the PRS. Awesome. Hats off to you, Edward. Make sure to like, comment, subscribe, and share. Y'all do that. It helps me in the YouTube algorithm. Blues Rocker says, I think the Epiphone sounds better on the 50s tone. Yeah, pretty much like a hollow body guitar is usually going to sound better on 50s stuff. Ron's in the house. He says, hey, y'all, what's up? He says, how are you, brother? I'm doing pretty good. Just, going to start Sober October tomorrow. I gotta play a gig this weekend sober. That sucks. Get some more classic rock exhaustion, Probably out in the heat. Ron says, anyone down for a shot? I'll do one. Ron says, sounds like I missed some good shit. Yeah, I played Midnight Special earlier. All right. Let's go down to the gutter here. I got some Wild Turkey here, Wild Turkey Bourbon. And I've got some Beefeater, London Beefeater dry gin. So y'all give me some votes on that. Tell me which one y'all want me to take a shot of, bourbon or gin. Ron says gin. Julian says, Ron, you missed a lot. Blues Rucker says, I'll have to drink twice as much in October just to make up for what you're going to be missing. Yep. Do the Sober October thing for 30 days and then do a Halloween show and get fucking pickled. So we got a vote for gin, a vote for bourbon. Get some more votes in there, y'all. Your vote counts. Bourbon or gin. Let's get that voter turnout up. Come on, y'all. I know we're heading towards the midterms and nobody votes in those, but Julian says, Jen, I'm looking forward to Halloween. I got my custom ready to go. So he votes for Jen. Jen winning so far. Frank says bourbon in a clean glass. So now we're tied. Blues Rocker says, going to have any help on your next album? I might get Carol to come down here and play a few, something like that on the bass. Ron says, what's Sober October do for you? You know, just have to take a break every year and kind of, kind of flush my system out. Ron says, proof you could stop, LOL. Yeah. Julian Santaguida says, I want all of you guys to guess what I'm dressing up for Halloween. And Mass Mofo says, wild turkey, okay. I'll close the vote in there. I'll take that as the win for wild turkey. $22 bottle of bourbon. Blues Rocker says, would love some bass and drums on a Hill Country album. Yeah, I might do some Hill Country stuff. Ron says, I quit for a year 3 years ago. You do feel good after a few weeks, you know. Like your brain starts working and shit. All right, here we go. Cheers. L'chaim, Kim Pie, Prost, Skull, Nozdrovia, all that right down the hatch. Quitting drinking for a month will also give me a chance to try to kick the damn cigarettes too. Tristan Graff says, hot dang, Ed, what's up? And Ron says, cheers. Ron says, I got it. Eddie Lee says, I quit so long ago, I forgot how to stagger. Jay Hines says, how's it going, Ed? I'm doing pretty good. What's up, man? Yeah, just doing a Tuesday night stream because tomorrow, Wednesday, is the beginning of the dreaded Sober October. Ron says, it would be worth it if that helped for sure. Yeah, I mean, fucking drinking and stuff makes you want to smoke. That's what keeps me from quitting smoking is just drinking beer and stuff. The synergy between cigarettes and beer is like perfect and stuff. They like complement each other. Ron says, right now I only drink twice a week. That's just about like that for me. Like I drink on the shows and I'll have a few beers at a gig and stuff like that. There ain't no way I could drink every damn day like my fucking dad used to do. Oh my God, like it'll drive me crazy. Tristan says, hey, I'm meeting up with bassist tomorrow for prep for Jam this weekend to see if we can work together, working on getting my power trio together. Cool, yeah, get that together, man. That'd be kick-ass. I always preferred trios. I tend to not be able to stand another guitar on the stage with me for some reason. Like if I hired a fourth person, like, it would normally be like a damn keyboard player or something, or a singer. Jay Hines says, Sober October, oh, best of luck. Zebulon Passmore says, good to see you again, man. What's up? Mass Mofo says, my town liquor store closes tomorrow. Ain't that something? What the hell are they closing for? On a Wednesday? They all close here on Sunday. Damn blue laws, you know. Jay Hines says, people that drink every day, not because they want to, but because they have to. If my old man, like, he drank fucking corn liquor and vodka and shit every damn day. Tristan says, I fell in love with trios about 25 years ago. Before that, had played in 4 or 5 piece bands. Most guitar players, like, on stage, like, irk the fuck out of me. Like, I tend to like to be the only guitar player in a band. Call it ego, but I don't know. Masked Mofo says, closing for good. Have to drive 20 miles for it. Oh damn, the liquor store's shutting down. Shit. What the fuck? There's at least 10 liquor stores in my town you can go to, and I live in a pretty small town. Ron says, I might be doing Sober October if the liquor union strike continues. Getting scarce at my liquor stores. Ain't the post office striking up there too? Jay Hines says, you've been working on anything new and interesting, Ed? Trying to get an album out there sometime this fall. Maybe November. Zebulon says, drinking heavily every day is too hard on the body and spirit. Yeah, there's no way I could do it every day. I tried. Shit. Tristan Graff says, by the way, I drink every day and smoke cigs and weed. Can't change some things at the moment. Zebulon says, probably do good with a very mild, non-dominant rhythm. Yeah, I mean, hard to find those. Jay Hines says, all right, Ed, best wishes to you and your new album. Ron says, maybe Clapton should have had the same ego and made sure he was the only one playing guitar. That way Hendrix wouldn't have showed him up so bad at his own show. Right. Let's see. Yorheo says, hit the like button. Yeah, y'all do that. Helps me in the YouTube algorithm. Hit that like button, subscribe, share. Also, I do take super chat tips. That is the life of the show. You know, that $sign at the bottom of the chat there. Super chats are much welcome. I don't put ads on these. You know, YouTube like burns me for content ID on everything anyway. So, get me a beer here. Ron says, I did for a spell when I quit for a year. It was after I broke my spine in a car accident. Oh shit, yeah, that'll do it. God damn. He says, I was coping with pain in a bad way. Yeah, I couldn't imagine. Yeah, I've hurt my back like several times, but I couldn't imagine like just outright breaking my spine. Zebulon says, hard to find those. You win. My bad. Izzy's Stradlines are rare. Yeah. You know, but a lot of bands, like you hire a rhythm guitar player, he's going to be like, fucking Iron Maiden. But Julian says, do you ever use your shot glass as a guitar slide? I mean, you can. This is kind of awkward. Damn it. Let me see here. It's just kind of awkward to do. Try a different finger here. Tristan says, It says, last Friday, I introduced a new song at practice, lyrics and all, a bit spontaneous, but my drummer stepped in nicely. We also crafted a nice bridge break. Sometimes no effort is the effort. That's true. Jay says, Ed, do you play Wayfaring Stranger? I've been revisiting that one in the Tony Rice version. I don't know the words to it, but, you know. I am a poor wayfaring stranger. Let me see here. Blues Rocker says, sounded good. Ron says, that's why I take medicine. This is the 7-leaf variety for chronic pain. No pun intended. I broke my back and 2 vertebrae in my neck. So lucky it didn't paralyze me. Yeah, you got lucky on that one. I heard the pot does help. Os Jorge says, do you like Tom Petty? Had to play his stuff in bands. I was never a big listener. Like, at this point, I've got like classic rock fatigue. But Steven says, hello from Mansalona, Michigan. Sounds great. Appreciate that. Ron says, that was cool. Zebulon says, have to say, my favorite is always 9-Pound Hammer. We'll do that. Strings ain't broken yet. It's kind of still going out of tune on these new strings here. All right. Too heavy for my size, heavy for my size. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? Why can I roll when the wheels on go? I'm going up the mountain to see my baby. Well, I ain't coming back, I ain't coming back. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels won't go? The 9-Pound Hammer that killed John Henry. Well, it's gonna kill me. Well, it's gonna kill me. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels on go? I'm going up the mountain to see my baby. Well, I ain't coming back, I ain't coming back. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels on go? It's a long way to Holland, it's a long way to Hazard, just to get a little brew, just to get a little brew. Roll on, buddy, why do you roll so slow? How can I roll when the wheels on go? Said roll on, buddy, pull a load of coal. How can I roll when the wheels on go? Very old song. They're done by a lot of bluegrass people like Bill Monroe. I think old Merle Travis did it. We'll get something here. Tristan says, there's a great strain of weed called 9-pound hammer. Damn, I didn't know that. Julian says, you should write a song called Shot Glass Blues. Yeah, I could try to play it on the shot glass. Blues Rocker says, it's always 420 somewhere. Keep a broken watch set to 420. Tristan Graff says, hey, I came up with the title. Jay Hines says, really like the feel of that way you played 9-pound hammer. It's kind of close to like the way Merle Travis did it, using Bill Monroe's lyrics. Jeffrey Albertson says, good evening, party people. And Ed, good thing those 2 hurricanes missed us. Yeah, we had 2 hurricanes coming up. They swung way out back into the Atlantic Ocean. Hope I don't have to deal with another one like that one last year. That sucked ass. That old, what was it called? Was it Helene? Yeah. Zebulon says, thanks a bunch. You seem to sound like you feel more comfortable every time you do it. Always a pleasure, man. I did a video on that one, 9-pound hammer. And while I did it, I was like suffering from a badass cold. You can kind of tell by looking at me and shit. Like I looked like I was like melting in the sun. Zebulon says, I wasn't talking about the weed. Tristan says, Ron Swanson, yes, the creative is not a controllable circumstance. Sometimes we open a window to a door. Jeffrey Albertson says, I was a kid in Charlotte when Hugo came through. Oh, yeah, I was a kid when Hugo happened. It didn't do a whole lot here. You know, the wind blew a lot. It blew down my dad's mole trees and stuff. But, you know, but mole trees are not trees. They're basically soft plants. I might have been 6 or 7 years old, something like that. That's about all I remember from it. It hit Charleston, I think. I remember going down to the coast, like as a kid on vacation, and seeing shit that got torn up by the hurricane. But never in my damn life have I seen a hurricane do what that one did last year. Like, just come through here with the damn eye, like still as a Category 1 and stuff. Like, almost all the time when a hurricane comes through my area, it's just rain and a little bit of wind. So hopefully we don't have another one of those. Get through some papers here. Get me a beer. Yeah. Yes, y'all get them shots in tonight. Sober October begins for me tomorrow. last little party I get to have for a while. Tristan says, so we need a song called Windbreaker, or could it be The Breaker of the Wind? Blues Rocker says, March 26, 1980 was the first time I got stoned. I was 11 years old. He remembered the date. Damn. I turned 12 in June. I remember the date because it was the day Women and Children first came out. That's a Van Halen record. Zebulon says, honestly, the version you just played, I didn't hear you miss. After you watch your live and relive it, call me wrong, but I don't notice. I mean, I fuck up a note somewhere in just about every song. But Zebulon says, I need to buy me some Oktoberfest seasonal. Can't let it pass by and not get some. They don't keep it on the shelves very long. So Robert Johnson here.
And the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. You know, Grandpa left Grandpa too. Wonder what the world children gonna do. Well, hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales and the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. I got a girl, she's long and tall. She sleeps in the kitchen with her feet in the hall. Well, hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. One for a nickel, two for a dime. I can't say you no more cause I ain't none of mine. Well, hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Me and my babe bought a V8 Ford, we wind that thing up on the running board. Well, hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Monkey and the baboon playing in the grass, but the monkey stuck his finger in that good old gas. Well, hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. I got a girl, she long and tall. She sleeps in the kitchen with her feet in the hall. Well, hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale. Hot tamales in the red hot man, she got 'em for sale.
Little Robert Johnson right there, kind of attempting like a Piedmont blues type of song about the Mississippi red hot tamales you can buy down there. Very different from the Mexican kind. They're boiled instead of steamed, and got like a spicy sauce they put them with, you know. Tristan says, I got stoned in 1970 at 10 years old. Corrupted ever since. My psychedelic.
I was probably, I might have been 15 or something the first time I smoked a joint. Would have been, late 90s. Blues Rocker says, what electric are you going to play slide on tonight? Not sure that PRS has high enough string height for slide. Yeah, I don't know if I can play slide on that thing. Blues Rocker says, aha, Ron, you have an older brother too. Samsonite says, ha, came in just in time for hot tamales. Larry Lonesome says, I learned 9-pound hammer from a tuition book 20 years ago, but learned it wrong. He says, like what happens when you can't actually play properly. I still like what I created and play it often. Samsonite says, first time I ever heard it, felt so wildly left field from other Robert Johnson songs. Yeah, it's a very different kind of song. It's basically him like doing Piedmont blues, I think. Zebulon says, I just remembered, how was that century egg? Haven't had none in a while, actually. Like the last one I ate was on this show. That was months ago. Jay Hines says, Larry, I like what you said about your 9-pound hammer version. Ron says, dialed in, brother. Appreciate that. Jay Hines says, Ed, I was going to say that version of Robert reminded me of that. Yeah, it's very, very ragtime, kind of Piedmont style. Julian says, oh my God, some Robert Johnson Red Hot, blown away. I never tried the Mollies before. Are those any good? When I was in Mississippi, I didn't try any. I went up to Memphis and had some barbecued ribs. That was nice. I hope I have some next time I go there. Julian says, I just read that. Samsonite says, very good, big tradition, especially in Mexico, can be very hot. Yeah, those ones in Mississippi, like they'll just boil them in a big pot, They wrap them in tin foil sometimes instead of a corn husk and shit. They just cook them in a spicy sauce. I think they got about the same thing in New Orleans too, or somewhere in Louisiana. Joey Highland says, what's a style of music that you think your viewers will be most surprised that you listen to? I don't think any of my longtime viewers will be surprised by anything. I've told them before, I listen to classical, jazz, fucking bluegrass, just old country, flamenco. I'm kind of an all-around music guy, like as far as what I listen to. If it hasn't been on the radio in 40 fucking years, I'll listen to it. Mikey D says, your hat says Jimi Hendrix is in the house. Jimi Hendrix in the house of Gryffindor. Yeah. It's almost like a wizard hat. It's kind of almost pointy. Samsonite says, sounds good. Now I'm hungry. Jeffrey Albertson says, Billy Ray Cyrus. Yeah, I played Achy Breaky on here one time. It looked like a fucking joke, Julian says, if I get my passport renewed, I would like to travel. Who knows, one day I might bump into you and join you on your live streams. That'd be cool. There's a guy that comes in here named Tony that I might be meeting up with pretty soon here. He's coming back to Aiken. I went to school with him. What is something really fucked up that I listen to that's like, out of left field? Let me see, like some kind of guilty pleasure, possibly. No, I don't really have any guilty pleasures. Maybe the weirdest thing I listen to might be some of those fucking black metal bands out of Norway and shit. Tend to like my metal a little rough. Joey Highland says, do you ever tour California, Mexico? I haven't been out that way. And, that's about a 4-day trip for me. Masked Mofo says, punk? Yeah, I used to be a punk. I confess I was a teenage punk rocker. Samsonite says, you play slide, yeah? Do you tune mid-gig to an open tuning or bring an open with you? If I plan on playing slide at a gig, I'll usually bring a second guitar and, tune it down. Jeffrey Albertson says, have you listened to Vanilla Fudge? I've heard of them. I don't know a lot of their stuff. Old 70s group, right? Or late 60s, 70s type of group. Blues Rocker says, think you'll work with a drummer again. I wonder how many days his thighs were red from those brushes. I might bring him back down here one of these days. I work with a drummer every week when I play gigs. Tristan Graff says, I listen to classical, punk, rock, blues. Depends on my mood. Sometimes I'll listen to one song for days. Blues Rocker says, play any tunes in open E? Well, I'll tune down to open D, usually put like a capo on there on the second fret. Larry Lonesome says, Vanilla Fudge. Hi from England. What's up, man? How you doing? Hello from South Kakalaki. Mikey D says, I've been seeing on YouTube the AI switching genres and songs. It freaks me out. Have you seen any of that? Yeah, I saw Hank Williams doing Straight Outta Compton. I watched that video. Jeffrey Albertson says, that's right, and they play painfully slow. Joey Highland says, what about African music? Fela Kuti, Ali Farka Toure. I do listen to Fela Kuti. Yeah, he plays that Afro jazz. He played a saxophone, had chains around his neck and shit. He used to have this song I'd listen to called Gentleman. Yeah, like me and no be gentleman at all no. I be African man original. He was a crazy motherfucker too. He kind of ran like a crazy compound and stuff with his followers, and Ginger Baker used to hang out with him and shit, and they made music together, and he died of AIDS. Ron says, metal guys were pretty similar to me back in the day. Punks and metal bands have some of the same attitudes. Yeah, that's true. Like at least in our era, the early punks hated metal guys, but by the time we came along, punk and metal were pretty much together, at least underground metal. Julian says, what is your experience with drop D when you do Blind Willie McTell on your 12-string guitar? I believe that's the way he did it, so I do it that way, Of course, I learned drop D way back when Kurt Cobain was doing it. Masked Mofo says, back in the day they called British kids skinheads, but they dressed punkish and listened to reggae. Yeah, the whole skinhead thing, it started in the 1960s in Britain. It's actually older than punk. And, I've met a few, they used to come to punk shows back in the day. Not all of them are Nazis. They're just working class kind of thing. They're basically right-wing punks, pretty much. They're working class, man. That kind of thing. With their fucking suspenders and shit. Joey Highland says, yep, he has 30 kids or something. Talking about who? Oh, Fela Kuti, yeah. Tristan says, I tune my guitars a half step down, then to drop D. Other guitar on stage is half step down as well, but standard tuning. I know a lot of people did the half step down thing. Hendrix did it for a while. Stevie Ray Vaughan did it. I did it for maybe a couple of months one time. I was never into it. I just tuned up to 440. Ron says, maybe AI could do Celine Dion, Bryan Adams, and Billy Ray Cyrus dying an agonizing death, so they'll know what it's like after doing it to me on the radio my whole life. Right, yeah. I had a damn art teacher in high school, and while we were trying to do art, she would play fucking Celine Dion on the radio, and I'm sitting there going, ah! You know, trying to make good art while I'm listening to fucking wherever you are, and I know that my heart. And she also had an Enya record she used to play. Samsonite says, yeah, like a counterculture kind of thing. Mass Mofo says, I love Drop D. Zebulon says, if it hasn't been on the fucking radio for 40 years, I'll listen to it. Yeah, pretty much. That's me. Most popular things I will not listen to, except, you know, certain things like the Beatles and stuff like that. Jeffrey says, Celine singing Breaking the Law would be hilarious. If I had one of those fucking NVIDIA cards and could do my own AI really well, like I could come up with some funny ass stuff probably. Masked Mofo says, dropping down to D would always help me find my happy place. Samsonite says, Celine Dion and Enya to a captive audience is some diabolic work. Yeah, with people trying to do art. Can you imagine, like, trying to do a cool painting while you got, like, that fucking crap in your ears? Like, here, I painted you a picture of the Titanic. Now, fuck off, you know. Julian Santaguida says, that made you go crazy. Edward, your high school days were different from mine. I had to deal with the stress of changing high schools. Stephanie Rizzo says, hi, just joined. What's up? How you doing? And I had friends who had, like, you know, mohawks. I mean, like tall mohawks, like real ones, punk rock ones. And the art teacher of all people talked the principal into banning hair over 3 inches high. I did really good in art class, though. That's actually what got me into photography. Samsonite says, art is freedom of expression. That's true. Samsonite says, unless I don't like it, your teacher. Yeah, pretty much, yep. Yeah, she got the administration at school to ban mohawks. Ron says they should have banned asses that had saved 3 inches in. Now that I could have gotten behind of you know what I mean? Banned asses that sagged 3 inches. She was like your typical old, you know, boomer back then. She was like, you kids and your stupid Nirvana and stuff, it sounds terrible. Listen to this damn Enya record. Jeffrey says Billy Ray singing Little Pink Houses would be funny too. won't find in Mississippi. I'll find in West Memphis, I know. I don't want no woman, want every downtown man she meets. I don't want no woman, want every downtown man she meets. She's a no good, don't it? She's no flower on the street. I believe my time ain't long. I believe my time ain't long. With the best gal I'm loving, broke up my happy home. Dust My Broom, wrote by Robert Johnson, made famous by Elmore James. Tickle Me Elmore James. And by the way, super chats are welcome here. I don't put ads on these. I'm kind of busking online here. So if y'all feel like showing me a little love, like go down to that dollar sign there at the bottom of the chat. Throw me a little money. I would appreciate that a lot. Larry Lonesome says, Glastonbury 1982 was a sea of Mohican and spiky hair sprayed all colors. Oh, I bet in fucking England in the 80s. Oh, yeah. Or Britain, is Glastonbury in fucking England? I think so, yeah. Somewhere in Britain. Samsonite says, by the way, didn't say it yet. Big fan, Ed. Appreciate that a lot. Julian says, I was like, please kill me. I didn't like changing from Central Etobicoke High School to White Oak Secondary School. It was hard leaving my friends and teachers. I was like, no. Yeah, I got lucky on that one. I never had to change schools. Spare Change says, dig the groove wherever you find it. Stephanie Rizzo says, I lost my guitar slide. Shit, buy you a bottle of wine, drink it, and break that motherfucker off. I got a whole video on how to do that. The string and the kerosene. Samsonite says, so sick, love it, appreciate that. Larry says, thanks, Ed, great play, appreciate that. How's about another shot here? Let's do a shot. Sober October begins tomorrow. Trying to get a few in before that. Okay, what do we got here? Let's take a vote on these two here. Jameson's Irish Wiki and a bottle of Hennessy Cognac for the ladies. So y'all tell me, Cognac or Irish? Get them votes in the chat there. Julian says, oh yeah, got some Irish whiskey on you. Pablo says Irish. YouTuber says Cognac. We got a tie now. Samsonite says, oh brother, 50-50 mix them. That would suck. Shit. Blues Rocker says, just got back. I had to pour a no sober September triple shot. Uh-oh. Shot of what? Stephanie says Irish. Blues Rocker says cognac. We're still tied here. Samsonite says, just close the store. Now I can hang out. Cool, cool. Ron says, ladies man. I guess he means cognac by that. Blues Rocker says, Walker Black. Oh, that's what he's drinking. We got some cool shit. Jeffrey says, Tang powder and Mr. Boston shaken, no water. I didn't know you could make drinks out of Tang. Or, I mean, alcoholic drinks. Jeffrey says, cognac. Julian says, if you get drunk, blues. All right, we'll do the cognac. This cognac from China, actually. It's French cognac that was brought to me from China. You can see the bottle. Like, might be able to read the Chinese there on the bottle. Well, you probably can't read it, but, you know. Brought from my mother-in-law's liquor cabinet in Beijing. I have cooked with it, like, a little bit, too. All right, Hennessy Cognac. Hello, ladies. Samsonite says, Jimmy Bond over here. Pablo says, hey, bro, thanks for keeping the blues spirit alive in these simple little rituals. Greetings from Argentina. Having a beer and having listened to Peter Green until recently. That's cool. Appreciate it, man. Blues Rocker says, if that cognac was made in France, is it tasty? I mean, it's pretty good stuff. I tend to like Courvoisier better. That's the actual ladies' man cognac. All right, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Prost, Kim Pie, Slaintje, down the hatch. Smooth stuff, smooth stuff. A little bit of like raisiny flavor in it. Blues Rocker says, is that cognac? Oh, I just read that. Samsonite says, salute. YouTuber says, cheers. Mass Mofo says, cheers. I like that fucking Courvoisier, you know. I learned about it from Saturday Night Live, you know, with, what was the damn name, who did the ladies' man on there, like, I think you might have a case of what we scientifically call scatty-wang. And Stephanie says, cheers. Jeffrey said, Tim Meadows. Okay, yeah. Good evening, y'all. This is the ladies' man. I got my bottle of Courvoisier right here. Blues Rocker says, been working on the 12-string or cigar box. Well, I played the 12-string early on in the show. Like, it's still not fixed, but it's, you know, it's just got high action on it. Julian says, let's see, I think that one you have is more better than your wife's got you because it said it tastes like gasoline. That cognac you had it is better than your wife gets you, LOL. No, yeah, cognac is pretty good stuff, you know. But I do prefer Courvoisier. Hennessy's all right. The liquor store I go to, like on the back shelf behind the counter, like way up there on the top shelf, you know, where you can't get to it, they got like a bottle of some shit called like Louis the 14th, I think, and it's like $1,000 for that damn bottle. It's in like a crystal bottle. Stephanie says, I just did a restring on my guitar. Yeah, I just restring a couple of mine last night, and they're still going out of tune. They haven't broke in yet. YouTuber says, liquor's expensive in my area. It ain't too bad around here. You know, Jack Daniels probably run you $21, $22, something like that. Ron says, haha, good shit, Edward. YouTuber says, that's cheap. We don't have like a whole lot of sin tax around here. I mean, we got some. Like cigarettes are getting outrageous, but it's not as bad as like some areas because all the tobacco grows around here and shit. Like up in North Carolina, really more that area. But a lot of stuff is pretty cheap in this area. Samsonite says, just restrang too. Happen to have Taylor lights. Stuck them on my Gretsch. Very sharp sound. I put flat wounds on my Gretsch one time, like my old Gretsch Electromatic, and I hated them. I was like, man, I want to get that old 50s sound, man. Put flat wounds on it. I hated that shit. YouTuber says, out here it's around $30 for like a bottle of Jack. Jesus. Now the old Jameson's here is about $30 here. Samsonite says, bet it sounded wild. What flat wounds are kind of thumpy sounding. Not very bright, you know. Stephanie says, my area is too expensive for anything. Blues Rocker says, had some of Dan Aykroyd produced Canadian vodka called Crystal Skull. I thought that was tequila. I've heard of it. It's vodka. He says it cost my son $120 a bottle. Smooth, but I prefer whiskey. And you could probably get like a $30 bottle of Absolute and it tastes exactly the same, because the whole point of vodka is that it has no fucking flavor in it. Just alcohol and water. Stephanie Rizzo says, and everything. Yeah, Dan Aykroyd, one of the Blues Brothers, actually, you know, he got into that crystal skull shit, like, they found these crystal skulls and fucking space aliens and blah, blah, blah. He was like explaining all this shit to Joe Rogan. So he's gone completely insane. Ron says, flat wounds feel great, but they suck for me. Yeah, they're too thumpy. YouTuber says, same. Ron says, I like original style strings. Well, see, back in the day, like, you were likely to find flat wounds on a guitar, like back in the 50s and 60s. Paolo Amancio says, hey, good night, big fan here. How would you learn to play the blues today if you didn't know how? I'll probably hop on YouTube and look at some YouTube videos. Yeah, I learned to play shit the old-fashioned way with a cassette tape, like just, you know, like running it back and forth, like, you know, rewinding it and shit, like over and over. YouTuber says, I've been wanting to try some Wheatley. Is that a bourbon? I think I've heard of it. Samsonite says, wasn't the Crystal Skull vodka like an ancient alien adjacent thing? Yeah. Dan Aykroyd was talking about that on Joe Rogan one time. He was like, fucking crystal skulls from South America and aliens and blah, blah, blah. He believes in that shit. Samsonite, I just read that. Blues Rocker says, is moonshine a type of vodka or a clear whiskey? Well, it's kind of hard to classify moonshine, actually. I mean, it's made with corn, which is a grain, so that makes it whiskey. But, you know, when you put like that much corn in there and this much sugar, it's almost like rum, kind of, when you're making it with a bunch of sugar. But it's supposed to be whiskey. YouTuber says, hey Ed, do you have a ukulele or a mandolin? Yeah, I've got a mandolin back here behind me that's in disrepair. My chair quit moving, like it lost a wheel. God damn it. But yeah, I got this cheap ass Lotus mandolin when I was 14 years old, so about 1997, something like that. And yeah, the neck is coming off of it. I got to glue the neck back. Bought that at a music store. I do not own a ukulele though. Samsonite says, I think it's technically neither, talking about moonshine. It's I would call it whiskey. YouTuber says, oh, hang on. He says, Wheatley's American vodka. It's new. Okay, yeah. Shit. I don't know a lot about vodka. I don't drink it much. Tristan says, when I lived in Ireland, we had poitín potato vodka. Damn. YouTuber says, nice mandolin, Ed. Yeah, just got to fix it and got to glue the neck back. Blues Rocker says, YouTube and shit like Guitar Rig make learning easy for people these days. Back in the day, it could take hours dialing in something like the record. Yeah, you got to play that damn tape like over and over again, you know. YouTuber says, have you tried changing the tuners? Like on the mandolin, I think it's got the original tuners on it. It's just a cheap mandolin, and eventually the neck just came off of it. Paolo says, what do you think of the PRS as a blues guitar? Well, I got one behind me. It's a cheaper PRS. It's a SE custom, and it sounds fine. You know, it doesn't look very blues, but you know, it works. Let's play some blues on this thing. These last couple of drags here. See, a YouTuber says you can try some Home Depot glue. Probably buy some wood glue for it. Ron Swanson says whiskey is what the old timers called it. I mean, it's got grains in it. You know, grains like usually make stuff whiskey. YouTuber says, does it stay in tune? Talking about the mandolin or this thing here. This thing stays in tune. It's got a Floyd Rose on it. The mandolin never did. Let's see. Reverb on here. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound, I'm gonna shoot again. Bring me my shotgun. Lightning bound, I'm gonna shoot again. I'm gonna shoot my old lady. She been running around with too many men. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, and a pocket full of shell. Bring me my shotgun. Lord, and a pocket full of shell. I'm gonna shoot my old lady, throw her down in that deep dug well. Play me my shotgun. Lord, I just love to see you try. She said, Ladder, you ain't gonna shoot me right now. I just allow you to try. Only reason I don't shoot you right now, baby, my double-barrel shotgun just won't fire. Lightning Hopkins on the PRS there. It's a good sounding guitar. Blues Rocker says, I've known a few people who thought wood glue was good enough but regretted it afterwards. Might have to see what they got at Home Depot. Ron says, it's nice to have a solid body electric on the show. That thing sounds great. It is a really good guitar. Blues Rocker says, tight bound too. They play so easy as well. A PRS is basically like a Gibson that solves all the problems of a Gibson. That's kind of the way I always thought of them. Blues Rocker says, that DiMarzio sounds great. Yeah, I put a new pickup in that thing. I put a DiMarzio Super Distortion. Rodney says, heading to New Orleans for Blues Fest, Lafayette Square, Friday through Sunday. Damn, I'd like to be there. Samsonite says, get you some Rosetta Tharpe in the back pocket for the PR. I'd have to learn some of her stuff. Like, she sang a lot of gospel music and stuff. I might have to learn a few. Now, didn't it rain? Didn't it rain? Well, hell, I got a SG for that, though. She played a SG. Blues Rocker says, tight bond 2 is the type of glue you need. I'll have to look for that. Samsonite says, at Rodney, jealous, have fun. Stephanie says, that guitar sounds amazing. Yeah, that came from my old roadie / sound guy named Lee, who passed away a couple of years ago. He used to bring it to gigs all the time and let me play it. When he died, I ended up with it. I actually dug his grave up and pulled it out of his cold, dead hands and reburied him. Yeah, I just spent the last 2 days like installing this new pickup in it. This DiMarzio here. And this thing's got like a coil split on it. So, yeah, wiring that pickup's kind of a pain in the ass. I had to like retry it a few times because I put it out of phase and I had to flip it around and all kind of stuff like that. Samsonite says it's not sacrilegious if you're recovering an instrument of worship. Yeah, I got a couple of good guitars from him. I got that old that '69 Mustang from him. I got the BB King Lucille Epiphone from him. Stephanie says that's true. Molly says greetings from New Orleans. Ed, what's up? How you doing there? Glad to have you on the show. Samsonite says, LOL, wow, your boy was stacked. Oh, yeah, he had some pretty good stuff. That PRS was probably the best one he had. He had a 1976 Les Paul, it was a 77 or something like that. Yeah, 78, 77. I didn't end up with that. He actually bought his when my dad bought the one he had. I got a 1977 Les Paul Custom, and he went out and bought a standard at the same time, because my dad had bought one. But, yeah, that guitar I didn't end up with. And he had a damn old, one of those Joe Bonamassa Epiphones. It was built like a 59, Les Paul. It's got a Bigsby on it too. Tristan says, my Strats are both 1980, and I thought about changing to soap bar humbucker pickups, but I'm reticent in some ways to alter the original, which I can work with. I thought a soap bar was like a P90, right? It'd be a single coil. Jay Hines says, whose guitar is Ed talking about? That my old roadie sound guy who passed away a couple of years ago. He left me some of his guitars. Samsonite says, Jay, his friend of his and his dad's. Yeah, he was a friend of my dad's. Yeah, he was an older guy. But he came to all my damn gigs. He did sound for me, helped me carry stuff. He basically guitar teched for me, set up my guitars and stuff on stage, and lived in a camper, and was a drinking buddy of mine and all that good stuff. Rodney says the meters are green onions. Oh shit! I still knew green onions. It's more of an organ song, though, isn't it? Stephanie says, Ed, do you own a banjo? Yeah, I got a few banjos. 2 of them are fucked up right now. They've got like a more modern bluegrass banjo back there. It needs a damn tuning key on it. Oops, sorry. So yes, I've been stuck playing this 100-year-old piece of shit here. It's not tuned. Jay Hines says, "Oh, cool about your roadie buddy's guitars. My condolences." He says, "Ed, what happened to your roadie buddy, if you don't mind me asking?" So he was hanging out at my house one day. My wife was over in China, and so I brought him down here, and we got drunk and had a little party. Woke up the next morning and found him sitting on the couch like just out of his fucking mind, like Joe Biden style. Like he's like, like, what's wrong with you, man? I thought he had taken some dope or something. Turned out he had like a stroke in his sleep apparently, and he was that way for about a month. And he finally went to the hospital, and it was too late. You know, he died in the hospital. But yeah, I just found him one morning sitting on my couch, just completely out of his mind. He was, couldn't talk and shit, you know. And that was September of 2 years ago. And yeah, I missed the fucking guy, man. He was the only guy in the band, or my circle of friends, my current circle of friends, who was like a lot like me, just kind of didn't give a fuck and stuff like that. Molly says, "I saw that nod to Uncle Dave Macon on the banjo spin." Oh yeah, yeah, Dave Macon, Leroy Troy. Mikey D sends me a $1.99 super chat. He says, "I dig the PR Smith." I appreciate that very much, man. Thank you very much for that. Super chats are much welcome around here. If y'all want to show me some love, you know, super chats are the life of the show. Just got that $sign down there at the bottom of the chat there. I don't put ads on these. I don't make any kind of money off of this show unless y'all send me super chats. Kind of busking here. Samsonite says, "Ooh, feels, man." But yeah, Uncle Dave Macon, he was an old-time banjo player, one of the early Grand Ole Opry stars, way back in the 20s and stuff. And he used to do like tricks on the banjo. It's something that came from vaudeville, actually. Like they used to do that shit in vaudeville, like flipping the banjo and stuff like that. Stephanie Rizzo says, "My banjo's a Stella. My grandfather gave it to me." I've been told this thing here's a Stella, but it doesn't have a name on it. But I kind of put the word out there, like on the internet, like, tell me what this is, and people said it was a Stella. So got the calf skin head on there. Probably around 1920 or so it was made. Jay Hines says, "Oh wow, too bad about your roadie friend." Yeah, I mean that sucked when that happened. Last person I knew who didn't give a fuck. So now I have to deal with people who give a fuck all the time. Ron says, "Oh, it's so cool." Talking about the banjo, I guess. Get this thing tuned. It's a 100-year-old banjo, so it'll never really tune completely, but we'll try to get it close. I can play 3-finger banjo, but not on this damn thing. The action's too fucked up. Yeah, my more modern banjos are both broke down right now.
Again, there's a jug full of that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew. Hand him that, refuse it off you. I'll hush up my mug and fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Mr. Roosevelt
Bell told him just how it felt when he heard that the dry law gone through. If your liquor's too red, it'll swell up your head. If it stick to that old Mountain Dew, well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and them that refuse it off you. I'll hush up my mug and fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Preacher rode by with his head high, stead high, saying his wife had come down with the flu. He thought that I ought to sell him a quart of that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and them that refuse it off you. I'll hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Well, my brother Bill's got a steel on the hill and makes him a gallon or two. The buzzards in the sky get so drunk they can't fly. Better smell that good old Mountain Dew. Well, they call it that old Mountain Dew, and them that refuse it off you. Well, hush up my mug if you fill up my jug with that good old Mountain Dew. Okay, some claw hammer style banjo, some mountain type stuff. And Ron sends me a Canadian $6.99 super chat. He says, a drink for your friend Ed. A drink for your friend Ed. I wish I had a chance to meet him. He was a great guy, man. You know, we used to hang out and just drink and talk about guitars and stuff. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. Though I appreciate that. Super chats are the life of the show. Blues Rocker says, I grew up on this. My dad loved this style of music. Yeah, but my dad was a bluegrass guy. Bluegrass and 70s rocker. So, Samsonite sends me $5. Says, let's go, Mountain Dew for the win. By the way, got my set list trimmed and polished. Very close to doing my first show. Solo, no amp. Any definitely must know, do advice? Talking about doing like an acoustic show? I'd at least get a PA or something to run that thing through. Or maybe like a fake amp or something like that, you know, to run into the PA system. But thank you very much for that $5 Samsonite. I appreciate that a lot, sir. Ron says, I can't type on this small phone. My tablet is charging. I can't type on a phone either. Jamie B says, haha, just joined. That was cool, Ed. Didn't know you played banjo. Love the flip. Appreciate that. Yeah, I do play banjo. I can do the damn old bluegrass, like 3-finger style too, but I don't have a banjo that's up to that task right now. Got my bluegrass banjo back there in disrepair. Ron says, big hands, small screen. Stephanie Rizzo says, nice, Ed. Appreciate that. Blues Rocker says, steady rolling, man. I can probably do that in a minute. All right. Samsonite says, very small venue. Yeah, man. Was literally playing along here with you. Backing track style, baby. Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll play some Steady Rolling Man by Robert Johnson. Let me refresh this chat real quick. Computer's getting kind of glitchy. Stephanie says, my tablet is so small because my hands are too big. All right, let's do some Robert Johnson here. Ron says, got to fire up these speakers and get my guitar out. I just finished making beef bourguignon for the family. Oh, I made that a few weeks ago. Yeah, some good shit if you make it right. Oh, damn it. I'm coughing a little bit up in here. All right, some Delta Blues, Robert Johnson. I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. Got no sweet woman to be rolling this way. I'm the man that rolls icicles hanging on the tree. I'm the man that rolls icicles hanging on the tree. You can hear me hollering down on my bending knee. I'm a hard-working man, have been for many long years. I'm a hard-working man, have been for many long years. Some cream puffs using my money, oh, never happen no more. Can't give your woman everything she wants at just one time. Can't give your woman everything she wants at just one time. She got rambling on her brain and a monkey man on her mind. Steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. Fuck. I'm a steady rolling man, and I roll both night and day. Got no sweet woman to be rolling this way. Steady rolling man. While having a coughing spell. Jay Hines says, maybe you heard this one also. What do you say to the banjo player wearing a suit and a tie? Will the defendant please rise? Jamie B says, I agree with Molly. Some bluesy Rolling Stones would be cool. All right, let me see. I'll do a Robert Johnson song they covered, actually. Might need to find some words to it. Make sure I get them right. I played it on the last show, but probably need words with this one. It'll take me a minute. Oh, damn it. All right. Love in Vain. This is one they did on some album they did back in the 60s. Let It Bleed, I believe. Yeah. Well, I followed her to the station. a suitcase in my hand. Well, I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. Well, it's hard to tell, all your love's in vain, all my love's in vain. When the train rolled up to the station, and I looked her in the eye. When the train rolled up to the station, and I looked her in the eye. I was so lonesome, well, I could not help but cry. All my love's in vain. When the train, it left the station with two lights on behind. When the train left the station, there was two lights on behind. When the blue line was my blue, and the red line was my mind, all my love's in vain. Who really made? Who really made? All my love's in vain, all my love's in vain. Delta blues right there that the Rolling Stones covered. It's Love in Vain by Robert Johnson. Samsonite says, heard a Delta version of When the Levee Breaks. Absolutely slapped. Yeah, I got one I did a video on. Molly says, much love, y'all, and thank you, Ed. Paul Sjovold says, hey, Ed, really love your covers of all the blues greats. Have you asked, though, ever heard of R.L. Burnside? Yeah, I can do some R.L. All right. Samsonite says, Molly, Stephanie says, Hellhound on my trail. Okay. I could probably do that one. Let's do some some R.L. Burnsides here. Get to swallow my beer. Alrighty. Jamie B says, Australian $14.99. Thanks, brother. That was cool, mate. Well, I appreciate that a lot. Thank you very much for that super chat there, mate. Super chats are the life of the show. That is much appreciated. Okay, let's see here. R.L. Burnside. And next we'll do a Hellhound on my trail. A different pick here. See my jumper hanging out on the line. hadn't been for you. Well, I would not be here if it hadn't been for you. Way down here, what you trying to do? Let me go to bed. Fix my supper now, let me go to bed. This white lightning done gone to my head. See my jumper hanging down on the line. See my jumper hanging down on the line. You know about that, something's on my mind. Some hill country style blues there by R.L. Burnsides from northern Mississippi. Gotta keep moving. Blues falling down like hail. 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 And the day keeps on winding of a hellhound on my trail, hellhound on my trail, hellhound on my trail. If today was Christmas Eve and tomorrow's Christmas Day, oh, would we have a time, baby? If today was Christmas Eve and tomorrow's Christmas Day, I wouldn't need my little sweet rider to pass the time away, oh, to pass the time away. You sprinkled hardwood powder all around my door, all around my door. You sprinkled hardwood powder all around your daddy door. Well, it keeps me with a ram my rider. Any old place I go, any old place I go. I can tell the wind is rising, leaves trembling on the tree. trimming on a tree. I can tell the wind is rising, leaves trembling on the trees. Oh, I wouldn't need my little sweet rider to keep my company, keep my company.
Hellhound on my trail right there, or something resembling it. Ron says, YouTube dropped me. Damn, what the fuck? Samsonite says, welcome back, Ron. Molly says, fucking rad, man. Appreciate that. Voice get kind of scratchy on that one. That song's a little high for me vocally. Ron says, Dumb and Dumber. Oh, here it is, Samsonite. I was way off. Let's see, blows my mind he's got all those lyrics in the hat like this. Appreciate it. Ron says, yeah, especially since he finds lyrics the most challenging part of songs to remember. Yeah, yes, I do. He says, it's stored in different memory. Guitar's a motor memory that you never seem to forget. Yeah, the lyrics, like, I fucking hate lyrics. Like, lyrics are hard for me to retain. Ron says, you sounding great, Ed. Appreciate that. Got to get off these damn cigarettes. And I'll be singing that song real smooth. Paul says, ever played Mance Linscomb? Never tried none of his stuff. Have to learn some. Get me a beer, though. I found some cider with a Jason mask on it. Thought that was cool. Bought it. It's an Angry Orchard. Wait. Let's see if it'll focus. Drank some motherfucking cider. This stuff's a little sweet for me, actually. I kind of like my cider dry. Jay says, Ed, I want to send you some love into Super Chat. Put it in my password, Google. I don't remember. I have to figure it out. You'd probably got to sign into a Google account or something. I don't know. Not really sure. Samsonite says, LOL, Ed, switch to cigars. No inhale, better taste. Better for you. Got one lit now. Jay Hines says, maybe I can order and buy one of your CDs. Do you get most of the proceeds from your CDs at about 85%, something like that? Which is pretty good considering what record deals look like. Ron says, they make good cider. It's pretty good stuff. It's a little sweet for my taste. Get the background music going here. Can't really cook with sweet cider either. Like if you're making like Norman style food, like certain French dishes, you got to have the dry stuff. Mass Mofo says, I got really stoned while listening and thought worms are the bottom feeders eat our Watts. Already. Paul says, hey, Edward, my favorite blues album right now is Worried Blues by R.L. Burnside. With that being said, any other Hill Country albums you'd recommend? Just anything by, old Fred McDowell or fucking Robert Belfour, people like that. There's a lot of them out there. Junior Kimbrough. Samsonite says, got a friend who makes apple wine. Very good. I'd like to try that. Mass Mofo says, anyway, happy sober October. Well, I probably won't be very happy. I'll be bored. But Ron says, shot? Did I miss one? Nah. Let's do one. What we got here? Let's shoot it out with the Scotch and Irish again. Okay, we got the Johnny Walker Red Scotch, and we got the Jameson's Irish whiskey here. Tell me, Scotch or Irish? Y'all put them votes in the chat. Tell me what to take a shot of here, Scotch or Irish. And while y'all do that, I'm going to step outside real fast and take care of some man business, because that beer is going through me. Be right back. What's the votes here? Molly says, as always, Ed, you make it down New Orleans way, I got a jar of shine for you. All right, I'd love to pick that up. I might be coming out to the Delta in Mississippi sometime maybe the middle of the month in October. Jamie B says Irish. Samsonite says Scotch. Martian Murray Scotch. Ron Scotch. Samsonite says Scotch. Oh, let's see. Ron says, heard him scream, the ground must be cold out there. Right. Ron says, got to hold it up more, Ed. Stephanie says, cheers. I believe Scotch is going to win that one. All right, a little Johnny Walker Red right here. The cheap Johnny Walker. Here we go. Slancha, Kim Pie, cheers, L'chaim, Prost, Nozdrovia, down the hatch. Molly says Dockery's about 5 hours north of me. We're probably going to Dockery. Yeah, we'll be going out to the Delta, probably middle of October. Probably visit Dockery Farms and, probably be hanging out in Clarksdale and maybe going to Memphis and stuff like that. Mark says Irish every time. Paul says Skull. Samsonite says, y'all know the difference between Irish and Scotch, right? The spelling. Right. Now, the Irish whiskey don't have no smoke in it. Ron says, that's why they put belt loops on men's pants around the waist in your pocket. Molly says, walk straight across the double main road to the first intersection there. An old gate is there. That's the crossroads. Yeah, I've heard a lot of proposed spots for that.
mean, you know, the touristy crossroads is in downtown Clarksville. It's got the, you know, the big marker there with the blue guitar there. Ron says, how long will the trip take? Be 8 hours for me to get out there. Stephanie says Irish. Molly says probably almost a mile down the road, down the dirt road. Okay, have to check that out. But for those of you who don't know, Dockery Farms, a Dockery Plantation or whatever, is a place where like a lot of old Delta blues guys lived. Charlie Patton used to be based there, and you know, a lot of the guys you've heard of from the Delta lived and worked there. There people like fucking Howlin' Wolf, and I believe John Lee Hooker might have lived there for a while. Robert Johnson may have worked there for a while, or his family at least. Samsonite says, oh snap, Ed, speaking of the crossroads, you know, Devil Wears a Suit and Tie, Colton Wall. That's one I don't know. I'd have to learn that one. Molly says, that place is in the middle of damn nowhere. I think the entire Delta's in the middle of nowhere. Like there's like very little civilization until you go up to Memphis. Just a bunch of like real tiny little towns and stuff. Cotton everywhere. Samsonite says, got a blues heart, worth learning. I'll look that up, check that out. Ron says, you could drive for 16 hours and barely get across the skinniest part of the province I live in. So not bad to me. See, my state of South Carolina, about 3 hours, 3.5 hours, you can like go across the whole state. Takes me 3.5 hours to get to Myrtle Beach. Paul says that's part of its charm. Yeah, I mean, it's a plantation. It should be out in the middle of nowhere, right? Paul says, yeah, I just read that. Stephanie says, cheers, my bro. Ron says, Coulter Wall is a Canadian cowboy who plays blues and old cowboy songs. I listen to the Riders in the Sky a lot. You ever heard of them? Like, they play that old Gene Autry, like, you know, cowboy type stuff, that Roy Rogers type stuff. Like, give me land, lots of motherfucking land, don't fence me in. One time my sister was watching Barney, like I was a little old for Barney, right? And they came on there, and I was like, damn, they finally had some good music on Barney the Dinosaur? Shit. Molly says, hit up Hazelhurst, too, where Johnson was from. They have a small Robert Johnson museum there, but never seen it open. Damn, I'd love to check that out. Shit. Did see his grave in Greenwood. Supposedly, like, one of those damn museums there, I don't know if it's the Delta Blues Museum in Clarksdale or it might be the Robert Johnson Museum. They supposedly have a pistol that he owned. Samsonite says, Riders is slick. Love it. Ron says, yeah, it's cool. Blues Rocker says, Muddy Waters, all right. Play some in a little bit and smoke this. Ron says, my dad loved that shit. Yeah, my dad did too. Like, loved Riders in the Sky. Old Ranger Doug. Jay Hines says, that's cool, Ed. Sounds like it's going to be a fun trip. Yeah, I can get over the fucking 8 hours of sitting in a car. Ron says, I like it too when I'm out driving or just hunting. Back in the saddle again. Always a friend is a friend. Blues Rocker says, and I bet John Lee Hooker would sound great with those pickups. And Molly says, peeking through the window, I saw a life-size Elvis cardboard cutout in the Robert Johnson Museum. Robert Johnson was a huge Elvis fan. He seen Elvis when Elvis was 2 years old. Paul says, oh, dang, another favorite artist of mine came up, Sam Chatman. So, yeah, he was associated with the Mississippi Sheiks and a big blues family, actually. He was supposedly related to Charlie Patton. Samsonite says, doesn't Morgan Freeman own a juke joint in the Delta somewhere? Can't remember where I heard that. Yes, he owns a place called called Ground Zero, and I played there like the last time I was there. Last time I was in the Delta, I played at Ground Zero. It was a Wednesday night, like nobody was there. But we did a pretty good blues set. Morgan was not there, but the co-owner of the place was there. Yes, just in Clarksdale. Ron says, how long will you be gone? Probably a few days, you know. Samsonite says, RJ loved his Elvis. Ron says, Marty Robbins gunfighter ballads is cool old shit. Oh, yeah. Tell y'all a story. Okay. So, I'm in South Carolina. Above me is the state of North Carolina because it's above us, so they call that one North Carolina. You know, up in the mountains there in a town called Maggie Valley, they used to have an amusement park called Ghost Town in the Sky. It was a Western-themed amusement park. You had to ride this scary fucking chairlift to get up there. I'm afraid of heights, and my dad always made us ride the fucking chairlift. Top of a fucking mountain, right? They had like an old Western town there, and they'd have like, you know, gun fights and stuff like that. And they had a saloon there, right? And in the saloon, they had this guy in there playing the rag piano, like playing the honky-tonk style piano and shit like that. And like a lounge singer, like a cheesy lounge singer. So the guy would play piano and the guy would sing songs like next to him. And he sang that song by Marty Robbins, the down in the West Texas town of El Paso. And my drunk-ass dad and his drunk-ass friend, we're sitting there like pretty close to the front row, watching this guy, and he does that, you know, that bridge in the middle of that song, like, you know what I'm talking about, like in the middle of the song. And my dad and his buddy like just go, wah! And fucking bust out laughing. And I'm embarrassed as fuck, like right in front of this fucking guy trying to sing the song, you know. And I'm just like kind of slinking back in my seat and shit. Like, this guy's like standing right in front of us, like doing this song, like, hey, hey, hey. And yeah, my dad and his buddy just sitting there going, but yeah, good times, good times. See, Ron says, a Ground Zero, that must have been crazy. That is a cool ass place. They had like $2,000 guitars bolted to the fucking wall. They had a Birdland like bolted to the damn wall there. Samsonite says, Ron, right, that's dope. Molly says, did those moonshiner dudes age some barrels of whiskey up there at the amusement park? That would be cool if they did. I don't think they sold alcohol there. The girl from El Paso, yep. Antoine says, you seem fun. I try to be. Samsonite says, that's dad's for you, yep. All right, what was that one that Blues Rocker said, Muddy Waters? Let's do some Muddy Waters. Oh, fuck me. Okay, here we go. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, but it just don't work on you. I'm so in love with you, woman, I don't know what to do. I'm going down loose and I'm gonna get me a mojo hand. I'm going down loose and I'm gonna get me a mojo hand. I love you so bad, right in the palm of my hand. Got my mojo working, 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 but it just don't work on you. Got my mojo working, 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 but it just don't work on you. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a gypsy woman giving me advice. I got a whole lot of tricks keeping him on ice. Got my mojo working, 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 but it just don't work on you. Ron says, nice, love this song, appreciate that, man. Samsonite says, Ed, don't want to alarm you, but that mojo is working just fine on us. Cool, hope so. Ron says, everyone had someone that it just didn't work on. Yep. Had a few chicks my mojo just didn't work on. Paul says, bravo, appreciate that. Jamie B says, I got to get myself to the south and do a blues road trip of the USA. In Australia, you travel 8 hours and either go up a beautiful coastline or end up in the outback. Not much blues either way. I got a few Australian people who come in here and stuff. They seem to like the blues a lot. I'd love to go to fucking Australia, actually. Don't know about that fucking plane ride, though. Jay says, fantastic, appreciate that. Samsonite says, Jamie, you'd have a good time, lots to see. Antoine says, thank you from Dance in France. Appreciate it. Merci beaucoup. Matt Evans says, woke up again. My dreaming brain has an Ed Phillips alarm. 4 a.m. here. God damn. That's usually about the time I'm going to bed, about 3 o'clock in the morning, something like that. What's up, man? How you doing there? Paul says, bro, same. I'd love to visit all the major cities in the South and see their music scene. Jay Hines says, got to take off. Have a good night, Ed, and everyone. Or you have a good one, man. Samsonite says, see you, Jay. You know, even here in the South, like there aren't too many major cities I like. I can't stand like being in Atlanta. Would love to play Blind Willie's in Atlanta one good time. Samsonite says, of all our international friends, I'd imagine Nashville would be a very safe bet. I've been to Nashville. It's gotten kind of touristy now. I went to fucking Honky Tonk Row or Broadway, what they call it, with all the honky tonk bars, and like very little country being played there. Like mostly like just standard bar material. Like I heard fucking Black Crowes and Iron Maiden and Led Zeppelin and stuff. I was like, damn, I want to hear some country. One bar there, like one bar in Nashville that's really cool called, what is it, Robert's Western World. Like all they play there is like old rockabilly and old country stuff. Samsonite says, I just read that. Paul says, oh yeah, Willie Bell is amazing. He's about 50 miles from my house he was born. Jamie B says, I reckon I would Samsonite, trying to get my best mate to come with me. We both play. Mark Fixes says, Jamie B, Brissy has a good blues scene. There's a regular jam at Woolloongabba. I think this was one of those like Fraggle Rock fucking named towns in Australia. Can't wait to hear Ed pronounce that suburb. Woolloongabba. Stephanie says, awesome work, Ed. Appreciate that. Andrew says, I thought both Nashville and Chattanooga were really nice. Chattanooga's really cool. I've been there. Samsonite says, Jamie, right on, man. Jamie B says, ha. Cat Traveler says, cat in the house. What's up? How you doing there? Samsonite says, Chattanooga's amazing. So is Gatlinburg. Yeah, let's see. Last time I was in Gatlinburg was probably 25 years ago. It's probably grown up a little bit since then. Samsonite says, Gatlinburg very touristy, but has a nice charm. It was touristy back then. Probably bigger now. Andrew says, unfortunately, I'm guessing Atlanta is one of the better of the big cities. Every time I'm in fucking Atlanta, like I can't wait to get out of there. Hard to leave there too, like the highways are so screwed up, like it's like actually hard to get out of Atlanta. You'd be getting lost and shit. Ron says, take it easy, Jay. Matt Evans says, Nashville 2025 is like Hamburg 1962. Play music all night. Must be an amazing way to get better, but also a bit brutal. Yeah, they don't pay those people shit either. Like they just kind of work for tips, and maybe the bar gives them $50 or something. Yeah, I know what you mean about Hamburg. That's where the Beatles started. That was kind of like the Las Vegas of Europe back in those days. Yeah, they start about 11 o'clock in the morning in Nashville, and yeah, play all fucking day and all night. Samsonite says, heads up in Gatlinburg, stay away from the Mystery House unless you want to drop $25 and be either severely disappointed or laugh your ass off. They used to have like a mall there in Gatlinburg with a damn record store where they sold punk records. It was really cool. I used to buy like, yeah, punk albums like G.G. Allen shit there and stuff. Mikey D says, me and my buddy rode down to Nashville on our bikes in May. That's pretty cool. I mean, the one bar to hang out at is Robert's Western World. Like that's the one to go to. It's where they got the old shit. It's right next to Tootsie's. You know, that big purple place. Stephanie Rizzo says, I've always wanted to go to Mississippi. I mean, it's a very interesting place. I tell you. Like the fucking Delta, like it's just flat nothingness, like, you know, like 2-lane highways and cotton, basically. Matt says, check out JD Simo, cut his teeth in Nashville, Broadway, amazing player. Have to look him up. All right. Samsonite says, who was from NOLA in here? Planning a trip soon. How's the music scene? There was a couple people from NOLA in here. Blues Rocker says, did you ever hear the Mentors? Yeah. Like Il Duce or El Duce. But they went on Jerry Springer one time, the same time that Gwar was on there. Andrew says, I stepped an 8 Mississippi from Graceland, Memphis, across the border. Got some barbecue ribs, had a nice afternoon. Yeah, we went by Graceland. Didn't take the tour, though. It's about 7 or 8 years ago now. Andrew says the Mentors were from Portland? I didn't know that. Blues Rocker says licking ass and taking names is so damn funny. I guess it's a Mentor song. Ron says Portland is a war zone now. Yeah, fucking Trump sent some troops up there. Let's see. Mad Evans says, Ed, what type of music is Western swing? Is that basically traditional country music? You know, like Bob Wills. Check out Bob Wills. He's the ultimate Western swing guy. Some of the Ernest Tubb stuff. It was basically like it was from Texas, and you know, Texas they had the swing beat, and they just did like swing music back in the 40s, and they countrified it basically. But yeah, it's pretty old stuff, like basically from back in the 40s. Ron Swanson says, has been for a while. Stephanie says, in my area, there's always road work and traffic. Yeah, it's pretty much everywhere. Andrew says, I know Mississippi River pretty well, but not the state. Ron says, what's the worst place you have been to? Let me see. Probably Atlanta. Blues Rocker says, country swing is square dancing. Right. Saw Metallica in Atlanta like back in June, and yeah, we got out of that concert. It was like, get me out of here. He says, boom, boom, I can do that, okay. I think Blues Rockers was talking about some John Lee Hooker on the PRS. Let me smoke this and I'll play some. Samsonite says, Atlanta is intense, big and busy. Yeah, it's pretty crazy traffic in Atlanta. Mark says, cow boogie. He says, I bet. Paul says, of all the big music cities, which one is your favorite? I'd have to say Memphis. I fucking like Memphis like a lot better than Nashville, actually. SD says, I learned to square dance around 4 or 5. Ron says, I hate big city bullshit. Me too. I grew up in the country. You put me in a city like, I just like, fuck. Ron says they concentrate crazy assholes. Yeah, that they do. See people fucking passed out on the goddamn sidewalk and stuff, you know. SD says, my mom took me to my elementary school gym where the senior citizens were stepping up. You know what old people around here do? They do what's called the shag dance. Beach music. South Carolina beach music. Look it up. It's kind of related to Motown. And yeah, it's called shag music. And you know, any of the British folks in here, like Matt Evans, know what shag actually means over there. That's what they call it. They call it the fucking shag. Matt Evans says, I'm reading a book about SRV. He says Clapton made it okay for a while. Clapton made it okay for a white kid to play blues. I thought that was interesting. Yeah, he pretty much was the first white guy to be like big in blues stuff. Old EC, like played on that fucking John Mayall record and with the Yardbirds and all that. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom. Gonna shoot you right down. Right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house. Put you in my car. I love to see you walk and talk that talk. That baby talk. Mm-hmm. How, hey, hey. Gonna shoot you right down, right off of your feet. Take you home with me. Put you in my house. Drive you in my car. I'd love to see you switch and talk that talk. That baby talk. Mm-hmm. How, hey, hey. Boom Boom by John Lee Hooker. Big hit for him back in the 50s. Andrew says, once I traveled to San Antonio, New Orleans, Philly, NYC, Boston, Chicago. So city stuff like has to be bad to really bother me. Samsonite says, that tone though, appreciate that. SD says, I learned to play blues from playing The Butcher a million times, then Love in Vain. Ron says, thanks, Kill to Dead, appreciate that. Well, how's about a shot, y'all? Sober October begins tomorrow, so I can't drink for 30 days. It's not going to begin at 12 midnight, but it will begin tomorrow morning when I wake up with a fucking, headache and stuff. Mikey D says, I saw John Lee Hooker play that in Annapolis, Maryland, Chesapeake Bay Blues Fest. That's pretty cool. He died in about, 2002, something like that? Yeah, I never got to see him. SD says, working on a simple twist of fate. Jamie B says, YouTube fed me an AI channel that does rap songs as blues songs. I dislike rap even though they can have good lyrics. But bloody hell, that was quite amazing and really good. The ethics is an issue for me. But yeah, I saw an AI channel that had Hank Williams Sr. doing Straight Outta Compton. I thought that was funny as shit. Ron says, it would still have no soul. Matt Evans says, is Sober October the American version of Dry January? We have that too, but I like Sober October because it rhymes. Samsonite says, bro, do Sober October. You only drink every other day. I don't drink every day. Just on the shows here and, drink at a gig. Paul says, Hank Williams doing Straight Outta Compton is hilarious, bro. Yeah, I saw that shit. It was funny as hell. Mikey D says, I only drink on days that end in Y. Sometimes it's cool to come up with like a bullshit holiday, like to drink on. Like, it's fucking International Potato Week, man. I need to fucking celebrate. Jamie B says, me too, Mikey. Goddamn Leif Erikson Day. Goddamn need to have a fucking drink. Fuck, it's just fucking Ramadan, man. I need to have some liquor. In fact, yeah, let's do some here. Samsonite says, LOL, International Potato Week. Paul says, Ed, this is an absolute compliment. You kind of remind me of Stevie Ray Vaughan with the hat. Cool, I appreciate that very much, man. Frank says, happy high chaparral day. What do we got here? Ooh, let me see here. Battle of the White Liquors. Okay, we got some Beefeater London Dry Gin here. And we got a bottle of totally legal Carolina spring water that somebody made at home. And y'all tell me, spring water or gin? Ain't nobody got that much to spend. And Matt says, 3rd of October is SRV's birthday. Take a drink on that one. All right. We'll do one for Stevie Ray Vaughan. Samsonite says it's Arbor Day, time for whiskey. Ron says it's some Indian day here where we're supposed to all remember what we did to Native Americans. Oh, okay. Shit. Yeah, don't have that in America here in the States. Stephanie says awesome, bro. Dave says shine. Ron says I didn't do anything to them, so I don't care. It's a political bullshit anyway. Yeah, they're trying to change Columbus Day here to like Indigenous Day or something. Mikey says spring water. SD says high school was Nazareth and AC/DC, some Boz Skaggs. Jamie B says in Oz we have dry July, but I'll leave that to others. Mass Mofo says spring water. Ron says good excuse to drink though, especially if it's a holiday for Indians. mean. Matt says if you drink the spring water, you die. Kills you slowly, but Samsonite says, oh, love me some gin, but gotta have homemade spring water. Frank says street legal spring. SD says Romeo is dead. Ron says, well, since Columbus never discovered America, I guess he doesn't deserve a day. I mean, I fucking read Columbus's journals one time, like his ship's log, and it was funny as hell. And he's talking to the Indians, in the Caribbean, and he says, the Indians keep telling me there's this like really big island with like gold and stuff, and they call it Cuba. And I think it might be Japan. He thought he was in fucking Asia the entire time. Jamie B says Skaggs doing Someone Loan Me a Dime is killer. Yeah, Ricky Skaggs? Or no, Boz Skaggs. Ron says have some Mountain Dew. All right, well, we'll do some completely, totally legal Carolina spring water here. Martian Murray says, just as long as we get a holiday, I don't care what we call Columbus Day. Right. Samsonite says, to be fair, Columbus was a straight up crackhead, almost sailed right off the flat earth. And Ron says, ha, he was a moron. I mean, he just like, he grossly underestimated the size of the earth. Paul says, gotta love those maps they had back then. Yeah, yep. He was using a bad map. Stephanie says, nothing like watching Ed while eating Doritos. Hey, I like those. All right, here we go. Let's pour a little bit of this spring water into the shot glass here. Nice lady brought this to me at a gig a few weeks ago. About a month ago, actually. Andrew says, actually, South America was the first to be called America. That's true, yeah. Yet South America was found before North America was. All right, here we go. Matt says, I know how Columbus felt. I once took a wrong turn in Bristol and thought I was in Mogadishu. You might find that in Minnesota here. They got like a little Mogadishu here in Minnesota. All right, here we go. Slancha, Kim Pie, cheers, Prost, L'chaim, right down the hatch. SD says, I split with Geddy Lee and dived into Tull. But yeah, I'm a big Jethro Tull fan. I've got like most of their records up until about the 90s sometime. Seen them 3 times. But Rush is pretty good. Ron says he was definitely in the top 100 European cultures to get here. Samsonite says SpongeBob was ahead of the curve. Happy Leif Erikson Day, baby. Andrew says, so technically I think maybe he grazed by it. Columbus never set foot in what we call the United States today. He did explore like a little bit of South America. He found Cuba and Hispaniola. SD says, we are the priests. Samsonite says, Sint Ani. What language is that? SD says, Gotterdammerung. That's some Wagner stuff there. Ain't it? Let's see, wasn't there like a Wagner piece called Gotterdammerung? Yeah. Ron says, I was hunting one time in southern British Columbia, made a wrong turn, came to a huge cut line. As far as I could see, I saw way down the cut line there was a monolith, so I walked down there. When I saw what it was, it said Canada on one side, USA on the other. I was on the British Columbia-Idaho border. Don't go to Idaho, man. There's some crazy motherfuckers up there. Like, Ron says, crossed into the States with my guns and didn't even realize it. He says, no one was even around. He says, good thing. Samson Height says, LOL, whoops. Johnny Cat says, hello from Nashville, Ed. Cheers. We were just talking about Nashville. We're just talking about like some of the bars to go to up there and stuff. Paul says, because it's Idaho, right? Yeah, not a very populated state. Extremely white state. You know, got a lot of the like the crazy, like you know, like extreme like militia dudes up there and stuff like that. That some of those guys is like live in Unabomb cabins and stuff like that. SD says, I didn't go to the last Ian Anderson show. I heard he sucked without Barr. I did see Ian Anderson without Martin Barr. It's not Jethro Tull without Martin Barr. Sorry, folks. See, Mikey D says, I used to drink in a Baltimore Full Moon Saloon. The dude would do shots of tequila. He would buy rounds for me and friends and said it was a special NOLA drink called Gator Piss. But the best fucking New Orleans drink is a Hurricane. Like, I actually made those on Mardi Gras, if y'all recall, last March. Paul says, beautiful scenery, scary people. Andrew says, it's actually really mellow in Idaho except the weather. SD says he made a fucking flute, a rock instrument, though. Yeah. He basically said, well, you know, I started out on the guitar, and I couldn't play the guitar very well, like Eric Clapton, and so I picked up a flute. Ron says, no one wants to go to Idaho. Yeah. Ron says, oh, good thing I didn't roll up in my truck to one of them prepped assholes. Oh, yeah. A lot of those type of guys up there. You know, the fucking Ruby Ridge was in Idaho, wasn't it? Like that crazy motherfucker that the damn FBI shot up and stuff. And he lived like down the road from like some kind of fucking white supremacist militia group and stuff. Paul says, Idaho catching strays, LOL. I'm all for it. Ron says, Hurricane on Hallows November 1st, Ed. Well, November 31st, I'll probably put an end to Sober October. We're going to do a Halloween show, and I'll get pretty good and sauced up then. Might make me a couple of Hurricane drinks. Samsonite says, LOL, poor Idaho. Just remember, they're one of the U.S. states of all time. Yep. They are one of the U.S. states of all time. Ron says, at least I had my own guns. SD says, hunting girl. I mean, yeah, that's on the Songs from the Wood record. Can't play it, though. Ron says, yeah, he was. Paul says, at least they got good taters. Happy National Tater Week, I guess. Right. Yeah, the Idaho potatoes, that's right. Matt Evans says, Ruby Ridge sounds like Grassy Knoll's best friend. This was back in the 90s, I believe, Ruby Ridge. It was like this guy who lived off the grid, and somehow he pissed off the FBI, and they had like a standoff, and they shot the man's wife and shit. Yeah. It's like a big deal here. Ron says October 31st. Yeah, you got to do a Halloween show. I believe it's on Friday or Saturday this year. Samsonite says they hang out on weekends. Jamie B says there's a saying in Australia when you're in the middle of nowhere, you're in buttfuck Idaho. Is that an Aussie saying or American? Here we tend to say bumfuck Egypt or something like that. Yeah, that's a big saying here. You fucking bumfuck Egypt. And Mikey D says BFE, yeah, bumfuck Egypt. Matt says, Ed, do you know how to play and sing the Batman theme tune? That's a 12 bar. Yeah. Actually, funny enough, I end every show with that. Kind of have to stick around to the end. I end the show by saying same bat time, same bat station, and play the Batman theme. And yeah, we'll play it early. Paul says, I've spent more time in Havre and Butte. Beautiful cities. That's Montana, right? Butte, Montana. Ron says, November 1st, where you are, when it's still October 31st here. And SD says, that's where I'm from, man. And Matt says, I'm usually back asleep at the end. Haha. Ron says, 3 hours difference, I think. Yeah, he's in Western Canada there. A few hours different. He says, every night. SD says, although I've also heard it in New Jersey. Mikey D says, you knew all the words. The words are Batman, Batman, Batman. Samsonite says, LOL, the OG Batman, Adam West. I was thinking Nolan for some reason. Yeah, I fucking hate modern Batman movies. I kind of like the old comical, campy 1960s Batman. I don't like serious Batman. SD says, it's your fault I'm wasted, baby. He says, I'm not Batman. Oh, wait, no, I am. Samsonite says, sounds like something Batman would say. I fucking like the old Batman in the 60s where, they'd be climbing up a building like him and Robin, and then like Sammy Davis Jr. would pop out of the window and be like, hey, what's up, Batman? And, I thought that shit was cooler. Paul says, put enough liquor in my system, then I'll become Batman. Mikey D says, hello, citizen. Let's do a little bit of blues music right here. where is that goddamn brass slide at? Oh, here it is. Hey, I ain't done John Henry in a while. Let's do that one. Get my other slide here. By the way, folks, super chats are much appreciated around here. Y'all show me some love. That fucking $sign there at the bottom of the chat screen there. I do not put ads on these. So everything I make is off of these super chats and stuff. I'm basically busking here. Fit him in the palm of your hand. His papa cried out, "This lonesome farewell. Gonna be a steel driving man, Lord, Lord. Gonna be a steel driving man." John Henry went up the mountain, and he looked down the other side. The mountain was so tall, John Henry was so small. Laid down his hammer and he cried, "Lord, Lord." Laid down his hammer and he cried. John Henry walked through the tunnel, had his captain by his side. The last words that John Henry spoke to bring me a cool drink of water before I die, Lord, Lord. A cool drink of water before I die. tubby head. Well, fix me a pallet, I wanna lie down. I got a mighty roar in my head, Lord, Lord. I got a mighty roar in my head.
John Henry, that's an old fucking song from the 1800s. A lot of bluegrass people did it. A lot of country people did it. Probably like an old work song from maybe the 1870s or 1880s, something like that. Possibly from West Virginia. Got a couple of super chats. Samsonite sends $2. He says, I owed Ron a Coke. Thank you very much for that super chat, man. I'll use that money to buy Ron a Coke. A good old shitty American Coke with high fructose corn syrup in it. Mikey D sends $4.99. He says, when I was a kid, I thought George Thorogood wrote John Henry. I miss old Lonesome George. Did he die? Shit. Let's see, I didn't know he played John Henry either. But thank you very much for that super chat, man. I appreciate that a lot. Appreciate y'all's super chats. That helps me out a lot. Showing me that love there. Ron says, thanks, Samsonite. Good man. SD says, a regular Lou Al Cinder. Sebastian says, hey, brother, made it in. What's up tonight? Doing pretty good. Just, celebrating my last day of drinking for Sober October. I'm going to do 30 days with no alcohol, like a kind of a tradition of mine for the past couple of years. Mikey D says, George didn't die, I just haven't seen him lately. Oh, okay. SD says, can't die. Hoping during Sober October I can still shit talk properly. Matt Evans says, John Henry came up in the finale of the Alien Earth TV show. Not the song, but the tale of a man versus machine. That's pretty cool. Shit. Ron says, hey, Sebastian, how are you guys? Matt says, it's like human musicians versus AI. Yep. Yeah, we're kind of doing man versus machine right now in music. SD says, teach that fool to play guitar. Samsonite says, Matt, yep, love the reference. Of course, long before AI, they were doing like fake drums and fake this and that and stuff like that, like auto-tune, so... SD says, Ed, keeping it alive. And if y'all excuse me 1 second, I'm going to step outside and take care of a little bit of man business. All this beer and stuff, like kind of, running right through me.
All right, I'm back. SD says analog input. Ron says not giving a shit since 1983. Everybody, yep, me. I didn't ever give a fuck. 40 years of not giving a fuck. Samsonite says time to drain the tub. Matt Evans says, Ed, have you ever played live with a backing track, or is that cheating? I never did it. I mean, it's appropriate for some things, like you're playing like some kind of crazy prog rock shit. You might need a backing track. I never did it. Ron says it's the only way. Jamie B says, "Hey Ed, was the water cold or deep too? That ground was cold." SD says, "I prefer analog log drummers." Samsonite says, "Yep, backing track is one thing. Sometimes you just got to play with yourself." Yeah, I agree. Like, I love playing with myself. People have been using backing tracks since probably the 1970s. Maybe earlier. SD says, bongos, 5-gallon bucket, hit it. Sebastian says, hey Ron, been a pretty relaxing day here. Glad to see October rolling in. How are things, man? Kind of glad October's rolling in too. It might cool off like after a while. Ron sends me Canadian $6.99. He says, a drink for your roadie, a good friend of Ed's. Oh yeah. Well, thank you for that. I appreciate that a lot, Ron. Talking about old Lee, my old roadie sound guy. Appreciate that a lot. Super chats are indeed the life of the show. I appreciate y'all showing me some love here. Ron says, what was the man's name? Lee Hancock. And yeah, that's his guitar back there. Fuck. Got a wheel missing from this damn chair here. Yeah, that Paul Reed Smith there, that was Lee's guitar. Got to get me another beer. Samsonite says, pour one out for the homie. Well, yeah, this can of fucking gas station 4 Loco, he left at my house like the last time he was here. He had a stroke on my couch, and he left this can in my fridge. And so that's kind of what I remember him by, except for the guitars he left me. And yeah. Ron says, good, brother, doing all right. SD says, roll it around with your feet. Ron says, to Lee Hancock. Let's do one for Lee Hancock, actually. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, his birthday's in a couple of days, October 3rd. Samsonite says, careful, don't drink in chair. Right, yeah, got a chair with a fucking missing wheel on it. It's kind of wobbly. He says, steady, Ed. What kind of stuff did Lee like as far as whiskey? He drank vodka a lot, actually. And I don't like vodka. Let's see. Or, cheap stuff like this. I kind of got him into scotch. Yeah, I'll drink some scotch for him. Some Wild Turkey bourbon or Red Label scotch, Johnny Walker Red. Y'all tell me. Bourbon or scotch? Lee was a fan of scotch because I made him get into it. Ron says, that's cool, Ed. Sorry, it must be painful. It hurt me when he died. Like, I missed that motherfucker. Yeah. But like I said, the last person in my circle of friends who didn't give a fuck, like me. So, yeah, now I have to deal with people who give a shit. SD says, got to come back home. Matt Evans says, 1st of October is China's National Day, so your wife would want you to drink. Nah. She don't really celebrate it. She's kind of gotten off the fucking Chairman Mao train and stuff. So she might make us do a Mid-Autumn Day next week sometime, though. It's like a holiday over there. SD says, bring it back. Jamie B says, doesn't matter the spirit when you're drinking in his spirit. Joseph Galasso says, just viewed a video short on Glenn Campbell playing the William Tell Overture. Have you ever attempted to play it Hi-Ho Silver? Not on guitar. No, I know what you're talking about there. Never tried to play that on guitar. SD says, I'm still a bit allergic to solvents. Samsonite says Scotch. Ron says Scotch. Matt says 6 to 8 October is Korean Thanksgiving. Someday next week, I think it's in that time frame, is like Mid-Autumn Day in China too. Ron says that sucks, man. Samsonite says, I'd love to visit China or Korea during a festival. Bet it kicks. SD says, I started on Aquanet, then testers. So let's see, we got 2 votes for Scotch. Get them votes in. Scotch or, what was it? Bourbon. You have Scotch or bourbon. Ron says, I remember when you said, you told her that what Tiananmen Square was all about. Yeah. She knows what Tiananmen Square is, but she did not know about the the big shindig that happened down there back in I think the early 90s or late 80s. I can't remember. And she lived down the road from it. They didn't show it on TV in China. Ron says, bet that changed her opinion of her government. Oh, yeah, she's not a fan of the Chinese government anymore. She's a U.S. citizen now. Like, she's no longer a Chinese citizen. She has to get a visa to go over there. SD says, it's a downward spiral. SD says, 3 sisters. Any more votes, y'all? Bourbon or Scotch? Matt says, Mid-Autumn Festival in China is when they eat mooncakes, right? I like those. Yeah. It's like a pastry with a fucking duck egg in the middle of it. Yeah, we've had those. Paul says, God bless the Chad who stood in front of the tanks, the old tank man, right? That famous picture from Tiananmen Square. Any more votes? Get them votes in, y'all. We got 2 votes for Scotch so far. Got Scotch and bourbon on the table. What am I going to drink here? Joseph says, who's next? My wife. Do you know that one? Talking about from the Who record? I got the record, but I don't know the song. I'd have to learn it. It's got that connect the dots on the front of it. Jamie says bourbon. Matt says bourbon. Paul says bourbon. Now bourbon is winning now. No. Who's next is that one where they're pissing on the wall. Yeah, the connect the dots one is that's the Who by Numbers. Right. Yeah, I was wrong. Matt says Tiananmen Tank Man's good name for a band. That would be a good name for a punk band or something. SD says I should have been a pair of ragged claws. Ron says she changed ideology and countries for you, Ed. Samsonite says Giga Sigma versus Tank. I guess bourbon's gonna win this one. We'll do a shot of bourbon. Where'd I put it? Over here. Ron says that's when you know you got the goods. Mikey D says polish off that furniture polish. I mean grain. Right out of the fucking Ed Phillips patented shot glass here, available below in the Etsy shop. Link below. Here we go. To my good buddy who passed away a couple of years ago, Lee Hancock, and to Stevie Ray Vaughan, whose birthday is in a few days. Cheers, Prost, L'chaim, Kim Pie, all that great stuff. Skull, right down the hatch. Mikey D says salute. Samsonite says slantia. Yeah, if you've seen me playing that 1969 Mustang, or that Paul Reed Smith back there, or the black Lucille Epiphone, those were all Lee's guitars. Yeah, he left them to me. But he was the one guy in my circle that would still hang out and fucking, just like be like a drunk dumbass, and just hang out with me and stuff. And he was older too. He was friends with my dad back in the 80s. So yeah, I don't know nobody no more that don't give a fuck. SD says, I'm the service of genius. Ron says an SRV. Cheers. He had a $300 Australian Akubra hat, and left it on the table at a gig one day, and somebody fucking stole it. I was like, God damn, dude! Like, and so I gave him one of my cheap $20 fedora hats, and he took that. Had the fucking Crocodile Dundee hat. Ron says a pair of ragged claws reminds me of Tommy Lee Jones as the bomber is blown away. Joseph says, that's not furniture polish, that's the lacquer stripper. Right, yeah. Yeah, paint stripper. Like Lee, I actually played a gig to pay for the fucking the roof that a guy put on his camper. He lived in a fucking camper, and like the guy who put it on there like wanted money for it. I played a gig for the guy's wife's birthday. Like, and yeah, he said, all right, well we're good on that. Yes, D says get down and vote. And that's how I ended up playing at the Filipino birthday party. This old guy's wife was Filipino, and she brought her whole Filipino family out there, and I played blues for them, and they stared at me like a fucking dog being shown a card trick. That they had no idea what fucking blues was. I should have played some like Beatles and stuff. Apparently they do know like a popular like American or British music in the Philippines, but they heard blues all day. Matt Evans says, Ed, do you ever have other people join you for the stream, or always solo? A few weeks ago I had some band members on here actually. Had a bass player and a drummer where we played some stuff. SD says tell the story. Okay. Ron says, what is an Australian Akubra hat? The hat you see Crocodile Dundee wearing with the fucking, crocodile teeth on it, that's an Akubra hat. It's just like a form of a cowboy hat or fedora that they make in Australia, wearing the outback and stuff. And yeah, they cost a pretty good bit. It's kind of like a Stetson hat but for Australia. But yeah, so the story. So Lee gets a friend of his to put a roof, like a tin roof, on his on his camper that he lives in so it don't leak, and he wanted like $700 for it, and you know, he was like, hey, you play this gig for my friend, like you play his wife's birthday party. He said he'll write off the cost of that roof. So I went to a place called Aiken State Park in the middle of the woods. They had a bunch of Filipino people out there. This guy's wife was a Filipina chick, and I just sat there and played like that damn dobro all day, and played like blues and acoustic stuff. And you know, so he got a free roof on his camper. Let's see. Ron says it was a gift from my wife. I know my hunting hats. SD says back in the USSR. Paul says crikey. Matt says in Hong Kong all the bar bands are Filipino. The singer from Journey was one of them. Hong Kong was like Hamburg for him. Yeah, I saw that guy like back in the day, like when Steve Perry got replaced, like it had a Filipino guy. I know who you're talking about. Mark says, Google this, a Cobra hat. SD says Mojo. I played Mojo earlier, actually. Yeah, we were playing a bar somewhere in Aiken, and Lee left that fucking Akubra hat sitting on a table. We walked back in the bar, but the table was outside, and somebody made off with it. He's like, God damn, somebody stole my damn $300 hat. And so I felt sorry, and I gave him one of mine. A hat that I bought in Nashville, actually, like a $20 hat. Samsonite says, Eddie, no, Hobo Blues, have to learn that one. SD says, I bought a Tyrolean fishing hat from a Telluride thrift store. Best hat ever. Some bitch stole it. Matt says, which Beatles songs are on your repertoire? I'm learning Hide Your Love Away. Some Beatles. Let's see. Mike can do a little bit of that one. I don't know the words. Top of my head, like I can't remember it. Let's see. Gather round, all you clowns. Let me hear you say, hey, you got to hide your love away. Hey, you got to hide your love away. I even try, love can't find a way. Let me hear you say, hey, you got to hide your love away. Hey, you got to hide your love away. Yeah, lyrics, don't know the words. Yeah, Blackbird, Ron says, okay. Got new strings, so this should sound good if I play it right. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings, learn to fly all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to arrive. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these sunken eyes, learn to see all your life. You were only waiting for this moment to be free. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird fly, blackbird fly into the light of a dark black night. Blackbird singing in the dead of night. Take these broken wings and learn to fly all my life. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. You were only waiting for this moment to arise. The Beatles, my favorite rock and roll band of all time there. Never get tired of them. Mikey D says, I heard John Lennon was best buddies and drinking buddies with Alan Parsons and Harry Nilsson. What a drink fest that would have been. Alan Parsons worked at Abbey Road, so he probably knew him from like recording and stuff there. Samsonite says, Ron, bro, you can sing, LOL. Listen sometimes to Jesse Wells. Quality matters. So much less than heart and fun. Ron says, nice, Ed. Did those tea-drinking Nancy boys justice? Mikey D says, I also heard he got back into music because he heard the B-52s in the Caribbean. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, shit. I thought he got back into music because of like silly love songs by Paul McCartney. Matthias says, what's your favorite Beatles album? I would say Sgt. Pepper. Yeah. Let's see. Where's it at? God damn it. What'd I do with it? There it is. Yeah. Probably the greatest piece of art like ever made by human beings, Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band. SD says cheating. Sebastian says nice job, brother. That was great. Appreciate that. SD says Ed throws a change up. Ron says I used to play Blackbird for my mom when I was 13. Blew her mind. But my mother complains about like hearing me play it over and over again, like back in the day, like practicing the song when I was learning it. She was like, you used to play that damn song like all goddamn day. It took me a while to get it down. Samsonite says, loved your Blackbird, Ed. Sounded great. Appreciate that. Ron says, yes, you probably did too. Paul said he kind of based it on Bourrée, by Bach, Bourrée in E minor. SD says, Mikey, bunch of ponces. Ron says it took me a lot of practice for a good bit. Yeah, it took me a while. My mom got fucking tired of hearing me play it. Joseph says, how about an easy one by Paul? Let It Be. Okay, I can probably do that one. Matt says, here's some trivia for you. The most popular Beatles song was written by George Harrison, Here Comes the Sun. #1 average across streaming platforms. Today, probably. Back in the day, it was yesterday, I think. Like the most covered song of all time. Ron says, I know my dad was sick of it, and he told me he was. My dad fucking hated the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. He would like begrudgingly like admit that the Beatles were important to music and stuff, but the Rolling Stones he had no use for. He'd be like, goddamn no playing motherfuckers. Let me see a Let It Be. Norwegian Wood, Sebastian says, let me see if I can get the words right. Probably not, but I can try. Had a girl, or should I say she once had me. She showed me her room, isn't it good? Norwegian Wood. Asked me to sit and she told me sit anywhere. We talked until 2. It's time for bed. Told her I didn't fuck words. Told her I didn't and crawled out, sleep in the bath. And when I awoke, I lit a fire. Isn't it good? Norwegian Wood. Used to know all those words. I'll do a little bit of Let It Be. Kind of wish I had my piano in here, but when I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. And in my hour of darkness, she is standing right in front of me, speaking words of wisdom, let it be. Let it be, let it be. Can't sing that high. Let it be, let it be. Whisper words of wisdom, let it be. Need a piano for that shit. Ron says, I don't remember them either. Samsonite says, LOL, Ed. Sebastian says, Mom says, thanks for that. It was one from the jukebox when she was young. I used to know that fucking song all the way through lyrically, and I forgot it. Just blame beer or something. Mark says, loving the Beatles. I've been having a go at Let It Be recently. Let's see. And when I woke, I was alone, peacefully there. So I lit a fire. Isn't it good? Norwegian wood. Matt says, any Stone songs in your repertoire? Let's see here. I know the lyrics to 2 Rolling Stone songs, Satisfaction and Jumpin' Jack Flash. Let's see. Jumpin' Jack Flash. Some Rolling Stones there. You know what? I am a Beatles guy, but I know a couple of Rolling Stone songs. Ron says, remember, people, top tips make it worth Ed's trouble since there's no monetization on YouTube for him. And not on these, like on these live streams. I don't monetize them. So, yes, super chats and stuff like that and PayPal, like donos, are very much appreciated. Y'all show me some fucking love. Joseph says, actually, a Let It Be is easy to play, just 4 chords, C, G, A minor, F. That's right, yeah. Sounds better on the piano for me. Samsonite says, yep, show up some love and buy the man some coffee. Yeah, coffee, which I don't drink. Buy me a beer. Ron says, just strumming. Yeah, pretty much. Strum-a-lum-a-dum-dum, strum-a-lum-a-dum-dum. That certain quality that I fucking hate in acoustic people at bars and stuff, you know. Strum-a-lum-a-dum-dum, strum-a-lum-a-dum-dum. Ron says, would you please record a video of you playing Let It Be on piano for Patreon, please? Yeah, I do that. Okay, yeah, I can do that. SD says, I got 86 on a debit card. Fucking hound dogs. Shit. There's the Patreon with exclusive stuff on there. Just posted like 30 minutes of a gig on there. Go to the fucking bar, you see that guy playing Wonderwall, you know, like strum-a-lum-a-dum-dum, strum-a-lum-a-dum-dum. Ron says, fucking Uncle Sam, he squeezes your balls till you're blue in the face. And yeah, he does. I mean, you know, taxes ain't so bad here, like compared to probably like Britain and Canada, but you know, they still take a lot of money from us, spend it on stupid shit. Joseph says, saw your short at the bar a few days ago with a gal playing with you. Yeah, that was old Carol playing the bass there. You know, there's about 30 minutes of that gig on Patreon. Samsonite says, I'm calling it a night, Ed. Thanks, good night all. See you later, Samsonite. You have a good one. Ron says, he has the full bar live performance on Patreon. You know, a lot of it. YouTuber says, hey, Ed, are you from Charlotte? No, I've been to Charlotte, but I'm from South Carolina. I'm from Aiken, South Carolina. Right across the river from Augusta, Georgia. YouTuber says, you hear about the shooting at that marina bar? Yep, yeah, I did hear about that. Yeah, some insane guy, like apparently like a Marine veteran who dated a American Idol winner, pulled up in a boat and shot up a bunch of people at a restaurant somewhere in North Carolina. Yeah, did a drive-by on a boat. SD says it's supposed to be at a conversational decibel level for low-key convo. YouTuber says 3 people died. It's great. Yeah, I heard about that. Yeah. Need to bring back the fucking mental asylums. Matt Evans says, who will reunify first, the 2 Carolinas or the 2 Koreas? Probably the 2 Koreas. The reason the Carolina colony got broke up was because it was just too far for some people to ride to the capital back in the the 1600s and stuff, and so they broke up the state in half. YouTuber says he was a Marine, he wanted revenge or something. He's kind of crazy guy, I believe. SD says cocktail hour, my sherry amor. Ron says agreed, Ed. This guy had like a history of filing like crazy like conspiracy frivolous lawsuits, like fucking government's trying to kill me and stuff, like, you know, he was fucking insane. SD says fern bar chords. Had about like 4 mass shootings in 24 hours. Like, yeah, crazy. Getting crazy up in here. YouTuber says, I thought he would have got away in the Atlantic Ocean. Well, yeah, I mean, like crazy people, they don't know how to plan stuff, you know. He says, right. I mean, like, you know, when I was a kid, like, you know, mass shootings were not a big thing. Like, you know, they used to have TV shows about that shooting in, I think it was Houston, like at a Texas university. Like that, some guy in the '60s climbed to the top of a clock tower or a bell tower and shot a bunch of people at a university. You know, like 60 years ago. And that was a big deal. And nobody remembers that now because these mass shootings are so commonplace. But it used to be like that one guy back in the 60s, like, shot a bunch of people. And nobody talks about that now because it's so commonplace now. And of course, you know, Columbine happened when I was in high school. That was a big deal at the time. YouTuber says, yeah, I remember that story. A YouTuber says it was on the Simpsons. Ned Flanders played the sniper. Shit. Yeah, there used to be a time where one, like, mass shooting in the 60s was, like, big news, and they made, like, whole documentaries about it. And now it's so commonplace, it's like, oh, whatever, they had another one. SD says, play a C minor without a C in it. It'd still kind of be a C minor, right? N8 Germ says a University of Texas. Ron says, true fact. He had a plan he was planning to figure out as he went along. Joseph says, you can use the pentatonic scale first position and end with a GFC and let it be. Sounds good. Ron says, trying to force it. SD says, 30-06. I don't know what that guy was shooting. But yeah, I was in high school. Columbine happened, and the next day, like they stopped us at the door and like checked all our fucking IDs and stuff like that, our lanyards and shit like that. And now it's like we had another one, another high school shooting. Ron says, I think the guy that shot Kirk was like that. I don't know if he was crazy. I believe he was just an asshole or something like that. SD says, sick person. Ron says, shot. Okay. Yeah, let's do one. Let's see here. Battle of the Bourbons. All right, we got some Wild Turkey Bourbon whiskey, and we got some Jefferson's cast strength, 130 proof. Y'all tell me, Jefferson's or Wild Turkey? Put them votes in the chat there. Matt says, I heard that when you go to school in America, they scan them for guns, and if you don't have one, they give you one to keep you safe. We didn't have like a metal detector at our school back in those days, but they would do like locker searches like every now and then, like, and catch people with drugs. And one time they found a guy with a pistol in his truck, and, you know, just some redneck had a pistol in his truck and stuff. SD says someone should have loved him. Ron says trying to force gun control by shooting him. I mean, yeah. I mean, who fucking knows what's going to come out of this Charlie Kirk case? A lot of evidence to still be compiled. SD says maybe someone tried. YouTuber says turkey. Ron says I think there's lots of shooters with that motivation. Could be. SD says he's still alive. You can ask him. We got one vote for Wild Turkey. Y'all get them votes in. Wild Turkey or Jefferson's. Ron says Jefferson's. So we're 1-1 now. Matt Evans says the guy they arrested is a patsy. Kurt was shot by Grassy Knoll. They're starting to come up with those kind of theories right now. Like, yeah, some Grassy Knoll shit. There was some funny stuff happening there. There was some old guy that was like, I did it, god damn it. SD says, I just met this fool. I'm a bit allergic to opioids. Makes me nauseous. Any more votes, y'all? Turkey or Jefferson's? Get me some water here first. Like, fucking mouth's dried out. Can't half talk. Ron says, the old dude knew what happened and was trying to draw attention to himself so the shooter could get away. That's a theory. I've heard that. That was kind of weird. YouTuber says that old guy was caught with some weird stuff on his computer. Weird story. Any more votes, y'all? We got a tie now. Jefferson's versus Bourbon. Jefferson's versus Wild Turkey, sorry. Ron says, yeah, pedo stuff on his profile. SD says bad tangent. Matt Evans says, I'm surprised Trump hasn't arrested Hillary Clinton for killing Kirk. Who knows? We'll have to find out how the fucking court case goes. YouTuber says, some sick people out there. Any more votes on the whiskey, y'all? Need a tiebreaker. Ron says, good idea. Matt says turkey. Okay, Wild Turkey. And YouTuber says Wild Turkey. All right. Wild Turkey, the whiskey that should come with fucking bail money. All right, here we go. Cheers, L'chaim, Prost, Nostrovia, Kim Pie, all that good stuff right down the hatch. SD says, I think he fits the profile, which alone is suspicious these days. YouTuber says, I'm smoking some weed. Smoke them if you got them. Ron says, at least it's cheap, Ed. Yep, that Wild Turkey's like $22 a bottle. He says, I made the same mistake. Matt says, Ed, will you do a stream on Christmas Day? I think you did last year. I think I might have done one on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day or something like that. I think I did. Might do one. Ron says, everyone knows if you really want to take gun climb down, you have to control handguns anyway. And even that's no use because illegal guns. I mean, like here in America, like, basically with the Second Amendment, we kind of opened Pandora's box, and so the gun control here is never going to work. Just a matter of like putting crazy people in crazy houses like they used to and stuff like that. Let's see here. Ron says, everyone knows if you really want to take gun. I just read that. YouTuber says, hey Ed, I was getting groceries and this guy was smoking meth at a bus stop near the grocery store parking lot. It kind of sounds like around here. Shit. Alrighty, let's do some Robert Johnson here.
Every time I'm walking down the streets, some pretty mama start breaking down on me, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, make you lose your mind. I can't walk these streets now cause constantly my mind. Some no good woman, she starts breaking down, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. Now you Saturday night women like to ape and clown. Don't do nothing but tear a good man reputation down, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind. Well, I give my baby 99 degrees. She jumped up and threw the pistol down on me, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, make you lose your mind. I can't start walking down the streets. Some pretty mamas start breaking down on me, start breaking down. Please start breaking down. Stuff I gotta bust your brains out, woo, it'll make you lose your mind.
SD says in vino veritas. Some Latin there. The truth is in wine. Ron says, had two guys mug me this spring. All they got was some of my skin and blood. It was a small town, midday to interior British Columbia. Sebastian says, great job, brother. Appreciate that. Yeah, luckily, I've never been mugged. I've got friends who got mugged. And, yeah, it was never pretty. He says, that was sick. Appreciate that. Matt Evans says, somehow my YouTube just went to double speed. Oh, wait. No, it was just Ed shredding. Yeah, I kind of speed that song up as I go along. That is Under the Double Eagle. Like a very early song my dad taught me when I was a kid, actually. Some flat picking, like bluegrass style flat picking. Ron says, flat picking like a maniac. He says, we were talking about some crazies out there right now, Eddie. Yeah, there's plenty of them, yeah. Got a couple of known meth heads in my neighborhood, and in a house full of fucking like fucking expensive guitars and shit. So, yeah, I keep my shit locked up. Stein Erik Volstad says, hello from Norway. What's up, man? Skull. Ron says, it's cool. Eritro Aberdeen says, just got here. What did I miss? All kind of blues stuff, man. Ron says, hey, Stein. Ron says they get money for drugs from honest people. Sad. Oh, yeah, yeah. Just fucking waiting on that day when I come back home and my door's been, like, broken down and, you know, missing half my fucking guitars. SD says, pepper gel and one AAA flashlight with an aggressive bezel. Ron says, that's a good start, SD. I mean, you know, like, if I'm fucking here when they break in, you know, I'm good, like armed to the teeth. But, like, if I'm not here, like, then I lose half my fucking guitars. Starting to stutter. Fucking liquor making me stutter. Ron says, I bought my wife a folding knife and pepper spray this year after that happened to me. That's probably a good thing to do. I got my wife a snub nose 38 special. Ron says, if they'll do it to me in this town, they'll do it to her without a question. And Ron says, it don't look like an easy mark. I don't look like an easy mark. Yeah, my fucking best friend, like, you know, he went to school in Columbia, South Carolina, at the college up there where I went to. And he was walking down the street like late one night, probably drunk. And like some guys like jumped him and beat the fuck out of him and took his money and stuff. And he was a bodybuilder. It's like, yeah, I got fucking muscles, man. I could beat people up. And they whooped his ass and took his fucking wallet. Yeah, hell, when I lived in fucking Columbia, like, which is like a relatively nice town, it's like not a violent town. Like, I used to walk around with fucking pepper spray and shit. SD says, I'm talking walking towards the beach in the middle of the night. yeah, me, like, I've never been mugged. I don't know what I would do in that situation. Like, I don't know if I'd, like, buck up and be like, fuck you, bitch, or just pander to him or whatever. I have no idea. Ron says, they tried to. It didn't take. Firefighters make poor marks. Let's see. Retro says, "Hey Ed, moving away from guns and pepper spray. I've been wondering for a while what countries you played in and which were your favorites." I have played in one country, the United States. I've never left the U.S. You know, kind of stuck here. Mostly in the Southeast. But, you know, like some towns I've gone to kind of look like third world countries and shit. He says, oh, wow, amused you'd get booked everywhere. I assumed you'd get booked everywhere. Yeah, I mean, I don't fucking go everywhere. You know, like, to make me travel like a long ways costs more. Ron says he doesn't like to fly. He would, yeah, don't like fucking planes. Yeah. I have no fucking idea what the Ed Phillips international tour would look like either. Ron says, Retro, where are you from? Matt says, Ed's like B.A. Baracus with planes. Retro says, Australia, brother. SD says Miller's from Cali. Yeah, like Australia would be like a cool ass country to go to, but yeah, that fucking probably 16-hour plane ride like would kind of suck. SD says Hollywood HS L. Retro says, haha, it's 24 hours from Melbourne to LA from memory. So it's probably 20 hours from here then, South Carolina, on the other side of the U.S. Ron says, oh, the convicts from England, you guys had it right, obviously, they suck. I mean, you know, if you think about it, you know, the old prisoners from England who got sent down there, like, yeah, man, like, fuck you, like, stealing from us up here in England, like, you get to have the Great Barrier Reef, and Matt Evans says, Baracus was the name of Mr. T's character in A-Team. Oh, okay, I didn't see a lot of A-Team back in the day. He says, he don't fly, he ain't no fool. I pity the fool. Ron says, I know a lot of Aussie people, they vacation, go to school, and immigrate here lots. Look, apparently, like people from Australia are very well traveled. Like, you see them, like, all over the fucking world. Might go to like 1:30 or 2 or something. I'm sitting here like fucking stuttering, bullshitting, and drinking. You know, sober October's about to begin. So, but Ron says there's a popular vacation destination in British Columbia. It's a mountain called Whistler. The village is full of Aussies year round. Retro says, yeah, we get everywhere. Guaranteed to find Aussies and backpackers, hostels in every country of the world. SD says, pity the fool. Talking about Mr. T. Yeah. I got pity the poor fool. Ron says, good people. Matt says, in England, everyone has a dream to move to sunny Australia, but all the young Australians want to live in London. I mean, you know, given the choice, I mean, I would fucking love to live in England, like you know, Liverpool maybe, where the Beatles are from. Kind of, you know, see some ancestral stuff from my lineage. But I mean, like the fucking Australia would probably be cooler. I don't know. No idea. Ron says, they're as crazy as I am. SD says, I'm not. Ron says, good crazy. Mountain biking and skiing. SD says, I'm T. Ron says, until they get there, maybe. Ron says, London would not be put up with what they're bringing. Isn't London like mostly like Middle Eastern now, like Pakistani and Indian and stuff like that? Ron says, too much fun. They're free spirits. Fucking Australia is like kind of a weird version of America or something. Like it's they even had their own Western films. Like they had those, they call them Bush films or something. You know, the Ned Kelly and all that kind of stuff. They had like had their own version of the Wild West. SD says fun though. Retro says there's 300,000 of us in London living there year round, mostly drinking too much. Ron says it's been largely Indian for a very long time. Ron says, but Sue is Canada, so who am I to judge? Matt says, oh God, Ed, stop watching Fox News. London isn't mostly Middle Eastern. Yeah, no idea. I mean, haven't been there. Ron says, did you know that burnouts and muscle cars are maybe even bigger in Australia than in the U.S.? And they still have the fucking mullet there, too. Like, mullets are dead here now. Kind of makes me sad. I used to be a mullet hunter. I used to spot mullets and name their species and stuff. Retro says, London is still 50% white British according to census lads. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Probably watching too much... fucking Matt Walsh and stuff. SD says, Jesus loves all his children, he said last time I saw him. Ron says, clearly some parallels. Yeah, about maybe 2010, something like that, the fucking mullet was dying in America. But they still had it down there in Aussie. Because, you know, there's fucking different species of mullets. You know, like the classic river mullet and the meth head mullet and all that kind of stuff. And they just fucking went extinct here. Matt Evans says, Australian bogans make American rednecks look like university professors. Shit. I don't know, man. I grew up around American rednecks. Pretty rough bunch. Retro says, as a Bangladeshi who has been an immigrant in both Australia and the United Kingdom,
I'm for all people living together and blending. Yeah, I mean, that's America right there. You know, melting pot. America, fuck yeah. Mark says mullets and mustaches have made a big comeback for young dudes. Yeah, like a fucking Gen Z, the fucking generation behind me, they're all into fucking mustaches, like old fucking 70s pedo mustaches and goddamn, yeah, the mullet haircut and stuff. I don't get it. My fucking crowd, the fucking millennials, like, we absolutely hated that kind of stuff. SD says, yeah, whatever that means. Yeah, I see like young guys in their fucking 20s, like wearing fucking, goddamn 1970s mustaches and stuff. Ron says, Matt, Ed is a Democrat. And besides, people who watch MSN don't think the earth is round. I mean, like me, I'm fucking center left. I'm kind of a classic, bullshit liberal, Bill Clinton, right? I would agree the Democrat Party is pretty fucking terrible right now. A trio is he says I remember when people grew mustaches pretending they were ironic, but really they wanted one for real. Now they grow them without having to pretend they're doing it for a joke. Yeah, like people in my crowd used to grow those fucking like curly fucking twirled like Friedrich Nietzsche mustaches and stuff. Like, yeah, I'm cool, man. Like, right, the hipsters and stuff. Moss says, because they inherited Grandpa's video collection. SD says, we're going political. Matt says, Ed, if you think the earth is flat, stop watching MSN. No, oh God, yeah. I can't even watch like a flat earth debates. Like they have them on YouTube, like people debating flat earthers. So silly. But me, I don't really watch MSN or Fox or CNN. Like I'm mostly like a fucking internet guy. Martian Murray says the mustache is the one part I don't like having. Honestly, like back in the day, like when I watched cable news and stuff, I mostly watched MSN. Yeah, me, like, politically, like, on the political spectrum, I'm center-left, Bill Maher, basically, which, like, in most countries, like, counts as, like, a fucking fascist or something, but... Ron says that they make up MSNBC ratings, and probably, yeah, not a lot of people watch that channel these days. Yeah, like I'm like the most fucking vanilla person politically, voted for Barack Obama. So I mean, and I was feeling sorry for Charlie, like fucking Charlie Kirk, and people were saying like, goddamn, you're such a fucking asshole for fucking, like propping up that Charlie Kirk guy. Like he got fucking shot in front of his goddamn family. Shit. Ron says even Bill Maher and Patterson are running for the hills. YouTuber says, did you vote for Al Gore? I was too young. 2000, I was 17. But I was not a Bush guy. Like, I probably could have lived with John McCain. Like Trump is doing okay, but like old W, like wasn't a fan of that guy. Ron says Fetterman. SD says gotta pee. I'm a bipedal generalist. Ron says I voted for my own rights when I failed to recognize the government. I fucking hate the woke people. I'm not a woke person whatsoever. Just kind of like a Bill Clinton type of guy. Joseph says I watch Rumble and a few rogue channels. John Fetterman like wearing a fucking hoodie in Congress, like it's insane. Now, you gotta realize, like here in South Carolina, we have people like Lindsey Graham, one of the most evil motherfuckers on the fucking planet. Like just bomb every fucking country in existence. Like so. I kind of come from that background. Met Lindsey Graham one time, actually. Ron says, yeah, that was a real bullshit, Ed. Where some of those people get off. Yeah. YouTuber says, Lindsey Graham is psycho. Yeah. Lindsey Graham has got to go. With his fucking closet homosexual ass. Ron says, Ed and I agree that Bush was probably the worst American president in history. Yeah, in modern history, probably. I mean, goddamn James Buchanan or Millard Fillmore or somebody back in the day might have been worse. But in modern history, George Bush is the worst president. Matt Evans says, I was just joking about Fox News. Nobody under 60 watches any of those news channels. Yeah, pretty much. True, yeah. I haven't had like a straight television in fucking goddamn 15 years probably. Moss Shady says, hey Ed, you gonna play some music? Just a minute? Yeah. Smoke this cigarette here. YouTuber says, Graham is always foaming at the mouth with wide eyes talking about war. Yeah, he is a complete fucking war hawk. Fuck Lindsey Graham, a guy I shook hands with, and he gave me a dictionary. I still have it, and yeah, he can go suck a dick, which he would probably enjoy. But Ron says, no, Lindsey Graham is a pedo. He kind of like took over Strom Thurmond's seat in the Senate. Strom Thurmond was a fucking asshole too. Like I met him too. But Matt Evans says, I haven't watched TV news since around 2007. It's about the same for me, even maybe a little bit later. One exception was when we did COVID lockdowns. We watched the announcement. It got pretty lucky here in South Carolina. Didn't really have no lockdowns. Had to wear a mask everywhere. But Ron says he was a warmonger. Yeah, old Lindsey Graham. Yeah, fuck that guy. Goddamn it. He's like, hey y'all, we need to bomb Iran right now. Would y'all like my recipe for diet iced tea? All right, let's see. Let us play some blues here. What do y'all think? Any requests? Retro says, I was at a party on Saturday yammering away at people about Sister Rosetta Tharpe.
and trying to get them to watch her Railway concert in England. Are you a fan of it? Yeah, very good guitar player. Played a fucking SG. Mostly played gospel music. Wish I knew some of her stuff. Need to learn some. Played this song called Let It Rain. What do y'all think I ought to play here? Joseph says it's a mad, mad world spinning out of control with no way out. Yeah, pretty much, yep. Never get out of this world alive. Ken Gray says, ever hear Kamang, Yo-Yo, Hayes, Carl? I don't think I have. Ron says, good liquor carry me down. All right, yeah. A Bill Broomsey song. My pick here. I know a little girl about 16 years old. She said, Bill, stop drinking, I will satisfy your soul. I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. I wake up in the morning, holding the bottle tight. When I get up in the morning, baby, it's a gallon out of sight. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. My woman told me stop drinking and come on home. If you don't big bill, some man gonna carry your business home. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Well, I went to the doctor with my head in my hand. Doctor said, Big Bill, I think I'll have to give you a monkey glance. Well, I just keep on drinking. I keep on drinking. I'm gonna keep on drinking till good liquor carry me down. Big Bill Broomsey, good liquor carry me down. Matt Evans says, in case you're confused by the lyrics, that song is about a guy who will keep on drinking. Right? Ron sends me Canadian $6.99. He says, thanks, Mr. Phillips, for another mother. Oh, thanks, my Phillips, from another mother. Appreciate that super chat there very much, man. Super chats are the life of the show. If y'all feel like showing me some love, like send me a super chat and the fucking $sign down there below the chat box there. Appreciate that a lot. Joseph says, play we gotta get out of this place. If that's the last thing we ever do. That's Stones, right? Don't know it though. Retro says, fucking love the dead. You bring these old songs to life. Appreciate that. Ron says, about a girl, really. About a girl, that's Nirvana, right? Don't know that one. Y'all give me 1 second. I'm going to step outside and take care of some man business. This fucking beer's like running right through me. Retro says, do you know any Little Richard? If I could sing that high. Joseph says the Animals. Be right back.
Broke, I'll be begging for scraps. I come home. Now she's burning mad.
Little Richard, though, maybe I can lower the key. Yeah, like if you're into rock music and don't like Little Richard, you know, you should probably like sell your stuff and not play rock and roll.
Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. 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 Wop, bop, boo, bop, bop, bam, boom. Got a gal named Sue. She knows just what to do. Got a gal named Sue. She knows just what to do. Knows how to love me, yes indeed. But I don't know what she's doing to me. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Wop, bop, boo, bop, bop, bam, boom. Got a gal named Daisy. Almost drive me crazy. Got a gal named Daisy. Almost drive me crazy. She rock to the east, she rock to the west. She's a girl that I love best. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. 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 Wop, bop, boo, bop, bop, bam, boom. Tutti frutti, good booty. Tutti frutti, good booty. Tutti frutti, good booty. Tutti frutti, good booty. Tutti frutti, oh Rudy. Wop, bop, boo, bop, bop, bam, boom.
Yeah, Little Richard played a show in South Carolina one time, probably back in the 50s or 60s. And he stripped down to a pair of gold fucking Speedos and got in a lot of trouble. The original lyrics to Tutti Frutti were Tutti Frutti, good booty. Like, make it greasy, makes it easy. Good old Little Richard. Had to lower the key on that like a lot. He did it in fucking F. Yeah. Ron says, a fun fact, Bill had a very high voice. He kind of did. A Retro sends me Australian $5. He says, thanks for playing my request, dude. Well, I appreciate that fucking super chat right there. Thank you very much for that, man. Ron says, killing it. Appreciate that. Ron says, the transition from that crazy song to Ed's calm commentary was smoother than Caitlyn Jenner's transition. Sebastian says, good job, brother. I was singing along with you. Yeah, good old fucking Little Richard. Like, you know, if you claim to be a rock fan, you gotta like some Little Richard. He kind of invented the shit, you know. Ron says, my man. Be a beer here. About the funniest thing I ever fucking saw was like probably Little Richard's last interview, like his last appearance on TV. He was on like some kind of like, you know, evangelical Christian show, like one of those like, you know, TBN type of shows, and he was in a wheelchair. They started talking about like trans stuff on there, like. What do you think about the trans stuff right now, Little Richard? He says, he's like, oh, goddamn it, Little Richard don't know nothing about no man dressing up as a woman. That's crazy. He's like, what? You? Shit. Ron says, guys like him flagged the way for young men like me. The YouTuber says, remember when he was on TV and said he wasn't gay anymore? Yeah, probably that same show, yeah. I don't like no men's no more. I don't fuck dudes in the ass no more. Ron says, I only played blues and rock when I was young. Pretty much me too. Ron says, I don't YouTuber. But played bluegrass too when I was young. He's fucking. He was like bald and like fucking 80 years old in a wheelchair, and this fucking you know, Christian televangelist grifters like interviewing him, like, what about the trans thing, man? He's like, I don't know. Little Richard don't know nothing about no man like dressing up as a woman. SD says, I got 3, my main ovation, and a couple others. You know, Little Richard from Macon, Georgia. Same town as the fucking Allman Brothers and old Otis Redding. Not too far from me. Ron says, I know a few people who were gay. They hate the trans stuff with a passion, especially the gay guys, because it's like totally unrelated. Like, you know, like, you know, fucking guys in the ass is one thing, and like changing your sex is like a completely different thing, and they're trying to attach that type of thing to the gay thing, you know. You know, you like fucking guys in the ass, like that's fine. But like, you know, that's like a sexual orientation. Like, being trans is not a sexual orientation, really. It's more of a like a mental type of thing. Ron says, I get it. Joseph says, that's because according to the Bible, the old man is dead, and now when accept Jesus, you're a new creation. Old things have passed away. And to me, I was never a religious guy myself. Like, but yeah, Little Richard was still gay when he died. SD says, flame on. Ron says, the lesbians were pushing it and jumping on that bandwagon. They don't want more passengers. Right. I got thrown out of a Christian rock band one time. Like, we were trying to be like a regular cover band, and I was teaching these motherfuckers how to play stuff. And then one day they had a band meeting. They were like, Ed, we're going Christian. I was like, okay, I'm out. SD says, why I'm only gay for girls. Yeah, to me, like, I'm a total fucking lesbian. I'm a box munching motherfucker. Ron says, it concerns me when a guy transitions to a female and then gets a man and thinks he's a hetero relationship. Isn't he just a homosexual? Pretty much. Yeah, I would say that. Retro says, Ed, how many hours a day do you practice the guitar after school when you were a kid? Pretty much all fucking day. I sucked at video games, so I didn't play a lot of video games. And, was no good at sports or, anything social. So I just fucking stayed home and played guitar. Ron says, crazy to me. Joseph says, God only knows, like the Beach Boys sang. Yeah, on the fucking Pet Sounds record. That was a good record right there. One of the greatest records of all time. Ron says, true, Joseph. Ron says, me too. SD says, no more hooks.
It's been a long time, Lord, since I've been gone.
Anyways, y'all, what y'all got to say to me tonight here? Ron says, how about Avalon Blues, please? Okay. All right. Probably need to find the lyrics for that. Look through the fucking stack here. Yeah, that is one I need lyrics to. Where the fuck is it? I'll find it. You gotta give me a minute. Aberdeen there, not Avalon. You will? There it is. Okay. Consummate professional. SD says Christian bands, great players, terrible hooks. From where I'm sitting, I'm not a Christian. I've never been to church too much. Like I got dragged there as a youngster, but all the fucking Christian music I've seen, pretty much has like the lowest fucking standard for musicianship like I've ever fucking seen. And something about putting drummers in a fucking plastic box too. I don't know what that's about. I'll get these last few drags here. All right. Avalon Blues. And Foxy will do that. Let's see here. Some finger picking. The Mississippi John Hurt. Got to New York this morning, just about 9:30. Got to New York this morning, just about 9:30. All the morning in Avalon, couldn't hardly keep from crying. Avalon, my hometown, always on my mind. Avalon, my hometown, always on my mind. Pretty mamas in Avalon, want me there all the time. Train left Avalon, throwing kisses, waving at me. Train in Avalon, throwing kisses, waving at me. Said, come back, Daddy, stay right here with me. Avalon, small town, had no great big rain. Avalon, small town, had no great big rain. Pretty mamas in Avalon sure will spin your chain. New York's good town, but it's not for mine. New York's good town, but it's not for mine. Going back to Avalon, for the mamas all the time. Mississippi John Hurt right there, the Avalon Blues. Sebastian says, it slips my mind where that was. I'll have to check my book, but funny story. Mr. Grateful Ed sends me $10, says, almost missed it tonight. Have you done Love in Vain yet? I did that earlier, actually. If so, your choice of Delta Style. Thanks. Thank you very much for that $10 super chat right there, Mr. Grateful Ed. I appreciate that a lot. Super chats are the life of the show. I don't put ads on these, so show me some love down there in that super chat thing there, that fucking $sign below there. All right, tell you what, well, look, I can fucking find it again. We'll do a repeat of Love in Vain. I'll put the fucking lyrics. Okay, well, just do it off the top of my fucking head and get them wrong. I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. And I followed her to the station with a suitcase in my hand. It's hard to tell when all your love's in vain. All my love's in vain. And the train rolled up to the station, and I looked her in the eyes. When the train rolled up to the station, I looked her in the eyes. I was so lonesome, but I could not help but cry. All my love's in vain. When the train, it left the station, there was two lights on behind. When the train, it left the station, there was two lights on behind. I was so lonesome, but I could not help but cry. All my love's in vain. Who really made? Who really made? All my love's in vain. All my love's in vain. Chad says, "What's up, Ed? How you doing, man?" Joseph says, "My neck, shoulder, and wrist get really tight and stiff when I play guitar too long." Yeah, it happens to everybody. Ron says, "Mine were neck C2 and C3 and back T6." I think he's talking about like a spine injury there. Matt Evans says, "Your thing about playing guitars instead of video games ties in either a theory I have." Ron says, "I have a nerve problem with my hand. As a result, Joseph, cut from the same cloth, my friend. You must be a tough sob." Matt says, "If you ask a kid who plays video games all day how long they practiced, they'd think it was a weird question, as they're just playing." Right. Yeah, I kind of sucked at video games as a kid, so I played guitar. Joseph says, "Car T-boned my door while I was coming out of a driveway. It was traveling 55 miles an hour. Ron says, "Joseph had a similar injury, Ed." Oh, really? Shit. Okay, Foxy Lady. Hatmaker. Foxy. You know you're sweet little lovemaker. Foxy. Got to be all mine, Foxy lady. I see you all down on the scene, yeah. Foxy. You make me wanna get up in a scream. Ooh, Foxy. Made up my mind. Tired of wasting all my precious time, yeah. Got to be all mine. Foxy lady. Got to be all mine. Here I come, baby. I'm coming to get you. Foxy lady, yeah. You look so good. Foxy lady. Some Jimi Hendrix right there, my all-time guitar hero. Matt Evans says, Ed, did you say the PRS was left to you by Lee? Sounds great, but you don't seem like a PRS guy. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm kind of like a more old-fashioned type of guy, like a hollow bodies and, old Les Pauls and stuff like that, but great guitar. He says, lots of legit players use them these days. Right, yeah. Yeah, like Santana plays one. Ron says, it was Matt. I probably first saw one, like on Ted Nugent, when he was playing with the fucking damn Yankees. My first rock concert back in 1993, 94, something like that. Ron says, I knew blues guys back in the 90s, and that got turned onto PRS guitar since they are practically a Gibson Fender hybrid. It's kind of like a Gibson with the the problems of a Gibson fixed, basically. Let's see. Joseph says, I think they used cadaver bone to reconstruct my vertebrae. The donor must have been a black musician. I got rhythm. Matt Evans says, Ron, I'm as white as a deep sea fish. Ron says, that was unbelievable. I'm kind of black from the waist down, but I can't take my pants off here on stream. Curtis says, do you know any Trower songs? I wish I did lyrically and stuff. Got a few Trower records down here below my desk. Ron says, LOL, same. Ron says, I meant what the background of your life has been, education, job, that kind of thing, no pressure. I think he's talking to Joseph. Matt says, I like PRS, except for the birds on the fretboard. I'm irrationally annoyed by them. No, that's fucking the best part, man. It's kind of like artsy and stuff. But kind of winded down here. 2 o'clock. Here in South Kakalaki. Ron says, hey, Ed, you killed that, pretty much. I appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. Ron says they are doves. But anyway, a shot for the road. Matt Evans says, I like to think I'm balanced these days, but it took some medication. Yeah, me, like, I don't know how fucking balanced I am, but I never took medication. Like, I just kind of like take my fucking, bullshit like as it is. And, some days you wake up depressed and it's like, okay, I'm depressed. That's normal. Some days you wake up happy. And Ned Evans says, I thought every bird was a different species. Joseph says, it is good at playing Hendrix. I appreciate that. That was my number one hero, like, as far as, like, electric stuff. Mr. Grateful Ed says, up or down? If beer isn't the answer, you're asking the wrong question. Ron says, channeling Jimmy to the extent requires a certain amount of intoxication. That's why SRV played Voodoo Child so well. He says, yes, shot for the road, brother. All right. Let's see here. Alrighty, we got a jar of Sugarland Shine, like corn whiskey, Mountain Legacy corn whiskey from Gatlinburg, Tennessee, and we got some Jameson's Irish whiskey. Y'all tell me, corn or Irish? Matt Evans says, Ed, check out the Eric Gales album, Tribute to Jimmy King. Great stuff. I'll look that up. All right. And he votes corn. Retro says it's all mad masquerade. Ron says, they are, Matt. Get them votes in. Corn or, what was it? Yeah, Irish. Corn or Irish. Dove, hawk, hummingbirds, and others. Ron says, you are right. Like the bird on there, I fucking always thought that was like a seagull or something. Joseph says, and Hendrix was self-taught and couldn't read music. Amazing. Albert Lee, some say, was the best electric guitarist. Do you agree, Ed? He was a good country guitarist, like picking that twangy stuff. Ron says Irish. All right. So we got corn and Irish. We're tied here. Retro says, did you learn much theory yet? Later on, like when I learned to play guitar, I didn't learn much. I didn't play scales until my late 20s. Like, yeah, like not a big theory guy, really. But Retro says, also my vote is for Irish. Matt Evans says, I saw Albert Lee last year. He doesn't play fast anymore, but is still great. He's about 81. That guy was a good country guitar player. Amazing lush tone he has live. And don't he use like a B bender and shit, like on a telly or something? Ron says, like Mississippi John Hurt was in his old age. You know, John Hurt, like, he still fucking had it. Like, he actually could play, even when he was old. Like, he sounded like he did in the 20s. Ron says, we never knew him in his prime, really. Matt Evans says, he seems to be on the road constantly. Yeah, I didn't know he was still alive and shit. Shit. Ron says, they said when they rediscovered him, I forgot, 50s or 60s, he didn't even have a guitar at the time because he had fell on hard times. So they got him one just to see if he could hack it. And Matt Evans says that his style has adapted to his age really well, talking about Albert Lee. He doesn't play those waterfalls of notes, but it's very musical with his solos. Ron says he had the chops right out the gate. Matt says a great interview with him on Anderson's YouTube channel from a couple of years ago. SD says Gabriel Quevado is the best solo arranger. Any more votes here? We got a tie between Irish and corn liquor. Corn or Irish? Doyle Dykes is a pretty good finger picker, right up there with Tommy Emmanuel. That guy's really good. Oh yeah, like his version of a Wabash Cannonball. Yeah. Matt says Lee played one song he introduced saying it was the new version because it came out in the 50s. The modern fingerstyle guys have innovated more in 20 years than classical guitar has in 300. That's pretty true, yeah. Any more votes, y'all? Irish or corn? SD says, I drink all the liquors again. Probably do one more shot and get the fuck out of here. Mark says Irish. SD says cheers. Mr. Grateful says corn, so we're still tied. Matt Evans says, gotta go make the kids breakfast. Thanks for the stream, Ed. All right, well, we'll see you later, Matt Evans. You have a good one. Ron says, I want a drink. Somebody break this tie here. Corn or Irish? Ron says, I'll wait. Come on, y'all. Quit being pussies. Get a vote in there. Ron says, take it easy, Matt. Somebody break this tie here. Corn or Irish? Vote or die, motherfuckers. Okay, Ron says Irish. I wonder if he voted twice. I don't know. We'll do Irish. Alrighty. He says I did. Fuck it. Joseph says Irish. Oh, okay, Irish all the way. Ron says you got me. Right here in the patented shot glass. Ron says, Joseph saved me from dishonesty. All right, here we go. L'chaim, cheers, Kim Pie, Prost, Skull, Nozdrovia, all that good stuff right down the hatch with some Irish whiskey. Russell Zoner says, brother, I admire your stamina and dedication. Right. You've been on here a while. Probably about time to get the fuck out of here, play the Batman theme. Ron says, cheers, my good friend. Well, cheers to you, sir. I guess we'll shoot the shit for another couple of minutes and play the Batman theme and get the fuck out of here. He says, great show. You know, last day of drunkenness for a whole month. Like, you know, tomorrow Sober October begins, and I gotta be fucking sober for fucking 30 days. Ron says, Ed, what's your favorite ice cream? Vanilla. I know it sounds lame, but well, I kind of like Haagen-Dazs ice cream cone ice cream, like you know, caramel and ice cream cone ice cream. Ron says the only acceptable response is rum and butter. SD says back to the Bat Cave. Nah, kind of a boring guy. Like I like fucking vanilla ice cream. It's kind of the ice cream for people who are like normal and stable, and you know. Ron says, that shit is good. Any more questions, y'all? 16 motherfuckers left in here. Mr. Grateful Ed says it's already October 1st there, Ed. Yep, yeah. 2 hours into October. But, you know, I fucking kind of don't count, like 12 a.m. Like, it's like basically like when I wake up tomorrow, like October begins. Ron says a Haagen-Dazs, I think has the best base ice cream of all the distributors. It probably. SD says I love Ed from across the distance. SD says Vanilla Ed. Yeah, me. Yeah, Vanilla Ed, Vanilla in bed, Vanilla everything. Like a pretty boring guy, actually. Used to be, you know, like a wild and crazy guy back in the punk days. You know, was more of a fucking you know, Rocky Road type of ice cream guy, but nowadays, I'm like just 42-year-old Vanilla Ed. Ron says SS is cryptic. SD says bio-curious. Ron says reminds me of Chet. My fucking motto used to be a G.G. Allin lyric. You know, I want danger in my life, not a fire that won't light. From the song Dog Shit. But anyways, there probably won't be a Saturday stream. I got a gig then. Ron says a cryptic human or a sophisticated AI. Probably just a cryptic human. SD says everything extreme. Ron says, can't believe I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That fucking brilliant G.G. Allin song, like, I want danger in my life, not a fire that won't light. Dog shit. Dog shit. Mark says, thanks for the tunes. Will be interesting to see the next show, Sober Ed. Oh my, good luck. I've done a few sober shows. Joseph says, with vanilla, I think you have one more choice of toppings. You can make taste like chocolate, but you can't make chocolate taste like vanilla or boysenberry. SD says, bisection, dissection, vivisection. Ron says, it makes sense to me, man. But I believe the pickup switch and this fucking PRS here was like a total success. Like I put this DiMarzio Super Distortion pickup in here. Sounds great. Spent 2 days working on it. I think I'll suck down this beer, and that'll probably be my last fucking alcoholic beverage for 30 days. You know, we'll still have shows. I'll meet y'all on fucking Halloween, and we'll get drunk on October 31st. Ron says, do you know Bosco AC/DC Big Balls? I can do that. Let's see. society. God's gift, the ballroom notoriety. Always fill my ballroom, the event is never small. Social pages say I've got the biggest balls of all. I've got big balls, they're such big balls. Dainty big balls, they're such big balls. He's got big balls and she's got big balls. He's got the biggest balls of them all. Some balls are held for charity and some for fancy dress. When they're held for pleasure, they're the balls that I like best. My balls are always bouncing to the left and to the right. It's my belief that my big balls should be held every night. I've got big balls, oh, I've got big balls. Such big balls, dainty big balls. He's got big balls and she's got big balls. He's got the biggest balls of them all. Balls are always bouncing, my ballroom always full. Everybody comes and comes again. Your name is on the guest list, no one can take you higher. Everybody says I've got great balls of fire. I've got big balls, oh, I've got big balls. Such big balls, dainty big balls. He's got big balls and she's got big balls. He's got the biggest balls of them all. We got big balls and we got big balls. It's itching to tell you about them. He's got big balls and she's got big balls. One of my favorite AC/DC songs right there. One of the few I can sing like in key. Damn, fucking AC/DC's sounds pretty damn good on that guitar. But you can hear my stammer in here, sitting here stuttering, bullshitting, and drinking. We're gonna get the fuck out of here. I'm gonna go ahead and play the Batman theme once I drink down. Oops. Yep. Cut the mic off. Sorry. Yeah, suck this fucking Coors Banquet down, and yeah. Okay, kind of got on like a fucking AC/DC kick there for a second, but we're gonna close out now. I just finished my fucking Coors Banquet. Got one drop left in there. We'll do the Batman theme, get the fuck out of here. I'll see y'all next Wednesday. next time I'll be boring and sober, so looking forward to that. Sober October, beginning tomorrow. We'll do the Batman theme right here. Same bat time, same bat channel. Sebastian says, that was a great medley, man. Wish we were neighbors. Ron says, blew my mind, Ed. Appreciate that. Sebastian says, see you next show. Let's do the traditional Batman theme here. Alrighty, let's see. Sebastian says, I'll see you next show. Ron says, the best AC/DC medley ever. For some reason, like AC/DC, like sounds really good on that fucking Paul Reed Smith. Like a cheap one too, like not one of the fucking $2,000 ones, like a $600 one. Let's see. Mr. Grateful Ed says, awesome medley. Good night. See you later, Mr. Grateful Ed. SD says, great band, great tribute. Ron Swanson says, Sebastian should exchange emails. And he says, hell yeah, have a good one, brother. Ron says, I'll give a shit to no one for you. Well, I don't give a shit either. So we'll see y'all next time. Yeah. He says, I crushed that AC/DC medley. Sounds really good on that fucking, that Paul Reed Smith. Like, for some reason, like, pickups, I had no idea. I changed the fucking pickup the other day. Put that fucking, DiMarzio Super Distortion in there from the 1970s. They invented those. But, y'all have a good one. Alrighty. We'll end it right here.